Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've always been sensitive to things most people can't see. Growing up in Singapore, my grandmother told me I had a third eye that could perceive the spiritual world. Throughout my life, I've encountered various spirits, but nothing prepared me for what happened last month. I'm still trying to make sense of it. It started on a Tuesday evening. I was scrolling through the local news on my phone while having dinner. My health hasn't been great lately. Chronic pain and fatigue have become unwelcome companions. I was just about to take my evening medication when I came across a story about a young woman who had committed suicide the previous day. Her name was Mei Lin, 28 years old, found in her apartment after jumping from her balcony. The article mentioned she had been suffering from severe depression. Something about her face in the photograph caught my attention. There was such profound sadness in her eyes, even though she was smiling in the picture. I felt a strange connection to her story and found myself reading the article twice before putting my phone down. I remember thinking how tragic it was that someone so young would feel such despair. That night I went to bed around 10:30 after taking my pain medication. I must have dozed off quickly because the next thing I remember was waking up suddenly at 11:30. At first, I thought it was my pain that had woken me, but then I realized the room felt different, colder, heavier somehow. When I opened my eyes, I nearly screamed. There was a woman standing at the foot of my bed. Not just any woman. It was Mei Lin, the same woman from the news article. She was wearing a simple white blouse and jeans, exactly like in her photo, but her appearance was different. Her skin had a grayish tint, and her eyes were swollen from crying. What disturbed me most was the continuous stream of tears flowing down her face. She wasn't sobbing or making any sound, just silently weeping, the tears never stopping. I froze. In all my years of spiritual encounters, I'd never been visited by someone I'd only just read about in the news. My first instinct was to hide under the covers like a child, but something in her expression stopped me. She looked so lost, so desperately sad. "Why are you here?" I managed to whisper. She didn't speak at first. Instead, she moved closer to my bed, and I felt the temperature drop even further. My breath came out in visible puffs of air. "Help me," she finally said, her voice sounding like it was coming through water. "Please help me." "I don't know how I can help you," I replied honestly. "I'm not well myself." I gestured to the medication bottles on my nightstand. She looked at me with those tearful eyes and suddenly recited a series of numbers. July 15th, 1993, 3:17 a.m. I realized she was telling me her birth date and time. This was significant because in my Chinese family, we practice Jiwei Dao Shu, a form of divination based on one's birth date and time. My grandmother had taught me the basics, and I'd studied it more deeply over the years. Despite my fear, I reached for my notebook on the bedside table and wrote down the information. As I did, she moved to sit at the edge of my bed. I could feel the mattress dip slightly under her weight, which terrified me. Most spirits I'd encountered couldn't physically affect objects. "Why me?" I asked. "There must be others who could help you better." "Goi Kai sent me to you," she replied. This made me shiver. In Chinese spiritual beliefs, Goi Kai are like spiritual policemen of the underworld. They guide lost souls to where they need to go. "I don't understand what you want from me," I said. She looked at me with those endless tears and said, "I want to show you." Before I could protest, the room around me seemed to blur. Suddenly, I was standing in an apartment I didn't recognize. It was sparsely furnished but neat. I saw Mei Lin, alive, sitting on a chair by a small desk. She was writing something on a piece of paper, tears streaming down her face. I watched as she folded the paper and placed it in an envelope. Then she walked to the balcony door, slid it open, and stepped out. The cool night air rushed in. She climbed onto a chair she'd placed there, then onto the railing. She stood there for what felt like an eternity, looking down at the street below. Then, without a sound, she stepped forward into empty air. I wanted to scream, to stop her, but I couldn't move or make a sound. I was merely witnessing what had already happened. The vision abruptly ended, and I was back in my bedroom, gasping for breath, my heart pounding painfully against my ribs. Mei Lin's spirit was still sitting on my bed, those silent tears still flowing. I couldn't take it anymore, she said quietly. The darkness, the emptiness. Every day was worse than the one before. I was shaking, partly from fear, partly from the emotional impact of what I'd just witnessed. "I'm so sorry," I whispered. "It didn't have to be this way," she continued. "If I had met a noble person that day, a Gurun, I might have chosen differently." In Jiwei Dao Shu, a Gurun is someone who appears in your life at a critical moment to help you avoid a tragic fate. The fact that she knew this term surprised me. It's not commonly known outside practitioners of this specific form of astrology. "How do you know about Gurun?" I asked. "They explained it to me after," she replied. "I should have waited for my Gurun, but I didn't know." I reached for my phone to check the time. It was nearly 1 in the morning now. "I need to rest," I said, not unkindly. "My health, I can't stay awake much longer." She nodded, seeming to understand. "I'll return tomorrow night. Please help me." Then she simply faded away, leaving behind only a lingering chill in the air. I couldn't sleep after that. I spent the rest of the night with the lights on, trying to make sense of what had happened. Was I hallucinating from my medication? Had I actually fallen asleep and dreamed the whole thing? But it had felt so real, too real to dismiss. The next morning, I dragged myself out of bed and immediately pulled out my Jiwei Dao Shu reference books. Using Mei Lin's birth information, I calculated her chart. What I found troubled me deeply. According to the charts, she had indeed been in a particularly vulnerable period, but there was also a clear indication that a Gurun could have appeared to help her avoid her fate. The timing was tragically precise. Had she waited just one more day, she might have encountered this person. I spent most of the day researching Mei Lin online. I found her social media profiles and saw that her last few posts had been increasingly despondent. In her final post, just hours before her death, she had written, "Sometimes the weight becomes too much to carry alone." That night, I tried to stay awake as long as possible, half hoping she wouldn't return, half curious about what more she wanted from me. Despite my efforts, I dozed off around 10 and woke again at exactly 11:30. She was already there, standing by my window this time, looking out at the city lights. "You came back," I said unnecessarily. She turned to me, those silent tears still flowing down her face. "You have something I need." "What could I possibly have that would help you now?" I asked. "The white umbrella," she replied. "I can see it around you." I was confused. I didn't own a white umbrella, at least not a physical one. "I don't know what you mean." "Not a real umbrella," she explained. "It's something spiritual. Only I can see it. It will help me get to where I need to go." I suddenly understood she was referring to something in Buddhist tradition, a white umbrella that symbolizes protection on spiritual journeys. My grandmother had once told me that some people naturally possess these spiritual objects without knowing it. "If I give you this umbrella," I said cautiously, "what happens?" "I can finally leave this place. I can go where I'm supposed to be." I hesitated. In all my experiences with the spiritual world, I'd learned to be cautious. Giving away something of yourself to a spirit could be dangerous. "I need to think about this," I told her. "I need to make sure it's right." She nodded, seeming to understand. "Tomorrow night will be the last time I can come. After that, It will be too late. After she left, I couldn't sleep again. The next morning, I went to the Guan Yin temple near my home. Guan Yin Pusa is the goddess of mercy in Chinese Buddhism, and I've always felt a connection to her. I needed guidance. At the temple, I performed divination using jiaobei blocks, crescent-shaped wooden blocks that provide yes or no answers when thrown. I asked if I should help Mei Lin by giving her the white umbrella she requested. The blocks gave a clear yes answer. That night, I was prepared when she appeared. She looked the same as before, but somehow I sensed a growing urgency about her. "I've decided to help you," I told her. "Tell me what I need to do." "Just close your eyes and imagine a white umbrella forming above my head," she instructed. "Visualize it protecting me, guiding me upward." It sounded simple enough, but as I closed my eyes and began to concentrate, I felt an intense drain on my energy. It was as if something was being pulled from deep within me. I persisted, picturing a beautiful white umbrella opening above her, glowing with soft light. I don't know how long I maintained this visualization, but when I finally opened my eyes, I was drenched in sweat and trembling with exhaustion. Mei Lin stood before me, but she looked different. The tears had stopped, and there was a faint glow around her. For the first time, I saw her smile. A genuine smile that reached her eyes. "Thank you," she said, her voice clearer now. "I can go now." "Where are you going?" I asked. "Somewhere better," she replied. "I wish I had waited, but now I have a second chance." Then she was gone, not fading away like before, but simply gone in an instant, leaving behind a strange sense of peace in the room. I slept deeply that night for the first time in weeks. 3 days later, I had a dream about Mei Lin. She appeared healthy and happy without tears. She was in a beautiful garden, sitting at a piano, playing while children gathered around her. "I'm playing music in heaven now," she told me in the dream. "I sing songs for the children here. Thank you for the umbrella. It guided me to this place instead of where I was headed before." When I woke up, I felt an inexplicable sense of closure. That same day, I saw a follow-up article about Mei Lin's death in the news. The police had released more details, confirming she had left a suicide note and jumped from her balcony, exactly as she had shown me in the vision. The article mentioned she had been a piano teacher who worked with children. I've told no one else about this experience until now. Sometimes I wonder if it was all just a vivid hallucination brought on by my medication and fatigue. But then I remember the specific details she showed me that were later confirmed in the news, details I couldn't possibly have known. Whatever happened, I hope Mei Lin truly found peace. As for the white umbrella she took from me, I don't know exactly what it was, but I sometimes feel its absence, like a small empty space within me. It doesn't feel like a loss, though, more like knowing a part of you is somewhere else, serving a purpose. I just wish I could understand what really happened and why, of all people, she came to me. Story 2. I still get goosebumps thinking about the things that happened in that house. I've never shared this with anyone outside my family because, well, who would believe me? But I need to get this off my chest. It all started when I was in 5th grade. We'd been living in that 2-story colonial for about 3 years at that point. Nothing unusual had happened before then. At least, nothing I noticed. We were a normal family, in a normal neighborhood. The house wasn't particularly old or creepy. It was just home until that night. I remember it was a school night in late October. I'd gone to bed around 9:30, but I woke up suddenly around 1 in the morning. At first, I thought I'd heard something. Maybe my mom checking on me, or my little sister getting up to use the bathroom. But the house was completely silent. Then I saw it. My bedroom door was closed. I always kept it closed because I was afraid of the dark hallway. But something was coming through it. Not opening it, coming through it. It was this pink, I don't even know how to describe it, like a cloud of pink light that was vaguely person-shaped. It wasn't scary looking or anything. It was just there, passing through my solid bedroom door like it was made of smoke. The weirdest part, I wasn't scared. Not at all. Which makes no sense, right? I was 11 years old, seeing something impossible, but instead of screaming or hiding under my covers, I just watched. As it got closer to my bed, I could make out more details. It was definitely a person, an older black woman with grey hair pulled back. She was wearing something flowy, like a house dress or a nightgown, and she moved slowly, like she was just taking a stroll through my room. She came right up to my bed and seemed to look at me. I couldn't make out her facial features clearly. Everything about her was slightly blurry and tinged pink, but I felt like she was checking on me. Then she turned and walked toward my closet, fading away before she reached it. The next morning, I told my mom what I'd seen. She didn't dismiss me outright, but I could tell she thought it was just a dream. "You were probably half asleep, honey," she said. "The mind plays tricks when you're between sleeping and waking." So I let it go. What else could I do? I was just a kid. But then things started happening that other people noticed too. It began with small stuff. My mom would put her phone down on the kitchen counter while cooking, turn around to stir something on the stove, and turn back to find her phone had moved to the dining room table. My dad would swear he left his keys in his jacket pocket, only to find them in the bathroom. We all just blamed each other at first. "Who moved my stuff?" became a common phrase in our house. But then things happened that nobody could explain away. One morning, we all came downstairs to find every single kitchen chair pulled out from the table. Every single one. My mom asked who did it, but we all denied it. My dad suggested maybe we'd forgotten to push them in the night before, but we all remembered eating dinner with the chairs properly tucked in. I caught my parents exchanging worried glances. By the time I was in middle school, these incidents were happening weekly. The TV would turn on by itself. Doors would close without anyone touching them. We'd hear footsteps upstairs when everyone was downstairs. My parents tried to rationalize it all. Old house settling, wind drafts, forgetfulness. But I knew better. I'd seen her. I didn't see the pink lady again for years, though. Not until I was in high school. By then, the strange occurrences had become so commonplace that we barely commented on them anymore. If someone asked, "Did you move my jacket from the coat rack to the banister?" and everyone said no, we'd just shrug it off with a half-hearted joke about the ghost. That's what we called it, the ghost. Never maliciously, just casually, like it was a quirky roommate who sometimes rearranged things, until my sophomore year, when I got stupid. I was 16, full of myself, and hanging out with friends who thought ghost stories were lame. One night, we were playing video games in my basement, and something knocked a picture off the wall. My friend Jake jumped, and I laughed it off. "It's just our ghost," I said. "She moves stuff around all the time." My friends wanted to know more, so I told them about the pink lady I'd seen years before. They were fascinated and wanted to communicate with her. One of them had a stupid app on his phone that supposedly detected spirit activity. It was all so dumb. We spent an hour calling out to her, asking her to make herself known, even mockingly challenging her. "If you're real, knock something over." "Come on, ghosty, show yourself," I remember saying. "What's the matter, pink lady? Too scared to face us?" Nothing happened, of course. My friends eventually got bored and went back to the game. I forgot all about it, until the next morning. I woke up with this weird stinging sensation on my leg. When I pulled back the covers, I almost threw up. There was a long, thin scratch starting at my ankle, spiraling twice around my calf, and ending at my inner thigh. It wasn't deep, but it was definitely there, angry and red against my skin. The strangest part, it was in a perfect spiral. No human fingernail could have made that mark. It would have been physically impossible to scratch myself that way, even if I'd wanted to. I didn't tell anyone about the scratch, not my parents, not my friends. Something about it felt too personal, too much like a warning. I covered it with long pants and kept quiet. Within a week, it had faded completely, but I never mocked the ghost again, and neither did my friends, who suddenly found excuses not to come over to my house anymore. For almost a year after that, the house was relatively quiet. The usual small disturbances continued. Items moving, doors opening or closing, but nothing threatening. It was like we'd reached an understanding, the Pink Lady and I. Then, during my junior year, I saw her again. It was around midnight, and I'd gotten up to use the bathroom. As I was heading back to my room, I glanced down the staircase and froze. There she was, walking slowly down the steps. The same pink glow, the same older black woman, moving unhurriedly as if she were just going to the kitchen for a late-night snack. I stood completely still, watching her descend. When she reached the bottom step, she turned, not toward the kitchen, but toward me. Even from that distance, I felt her gaze. She raised one hand, not in a threatening way, but almost like a greeting. Then she turned away and faded into nothing before she reached the front door. I didn't feel afraid. If anything, I felt acknowledged, like we were finally recognizing each other's presence after all these years of sharing the same space. The next morning, I decided to talk to my mum about it. Not just about seeing the Pink Lady again, but about everything. The first sighting years ago, the scratch after I'd mocked her, and now this newest appearance. To my surprise, my mum didn't dismiss me this time. "Your timing is weird," she said. "Tom just told me something last night." Tom was my mum's boyfriend. They'd been dating for about 6 months, and he worked in real estate. Apparently, he'd gotten curious about our house's history and had looked up the previous owners. The woman who owned this house before us was named Ernestine Johnson, my mom said. She was an older black woman who lived here alone after her husband died. According to the disclosure forms, she died of a heart attack in the living room. The neighbor Tom spoke with said Ernestine's favorite color was pink. She wore it all the time and had pink flowers planted all around the yard. I felt a chill run through me. "When did she die?" I asked. "About a month before we moved in," my mom said. "The house was empty when we bought it." That's when everything clicked. The pink apparition wasn't just some random ghost or figment of my imagination. She was Ernestine, the previous owner, still walking through the house she'd lived in for decades. I asked my mom if she believed me now about seeing the Pink Lady all those years ago. She didn't say yes, but she didn't say no either. She just looked thoughtful and said, "I felt someone watching me sometimes when I'm alone in the house. Not in a scary way. More like someone making sure I'm okay." After that conversation, the atmosphere in the house changed. We started acknowledging Ernestine more openly. If something moved, we'd say, "Thanks, Ernestine," or "Could you put that back, please?" More often than not, missing items would reappear in obvious places soon after. The scratch incident was never repeated, and I took that as a lesson learned, not to mock or challenge, but to respect. This was her home before it was ours, and while she seemed okay with sharing it, she expected a certain level of respect. I moved out for college a year later, but whenever I visit my parents, I still feel her presence. Sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I'll catch a glimpse of pink in a doorway or on the stairs. My little sister, who was too young to remember the early incidents, now reports her own experiences, waking up to find her stuffed animals rearranged or feeling someone sit on the edge of her bed at night. I've researched all the scientific explanations: sleep paralysis, hypnagogic hallucinations, carbon monoxide leaks, house settling, you name it. None of them explain what my entire family experienced over the years. I don't know why Ernestine stayed in that house after she died. Maybe she wasn't ready to leave a place she loved. Maybe she felt protective of the new family moving in, or maybe something tethered her there, some unfinished business I'll never understand. What I do know is that she was real as the scratch that spiraled up my leg, as real as the countless objects that moved when no one was looking, as real as the pink glow I saw walk through my door when I was 11 years old. Sometimes I wonder if she's still there, walking the halls of my childhood home, keeping an eye on my family. And sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment and something falls without being touched, or I catch a whiff of old-fashioned rose perfume, I wonder if she followed me here too. Story 3. I've never really talked about this much before, but I need to get it off my chest. I grew up in Everdale, in this old 2-story house my grandparents bought back in the 70s. It wasn't anything special to look at, just your typical suburban home with faded blue siding, creaky floors, and that musty smell old houses get. But there was something else about that house, something I couldn't explain as a kid and still struggle to make sense of now. My childhood wasn't great to begin with. My parents fought constantly, vicious, screaming arguments that would echo through the house at all hours. Dad had a temper, Mom was depressed, and I was caught in the middle of it all. By the time I was 7, I'd learned to make myself invisible, to find the quiet corners of the house where I could escape. Except there was one place I would never go: the basement. God, that basement. Even now, 20 years later, I get goosebumps thinking about it. It was always freezing down there, no matter how hot it was upstairs. The walls were unfinished concrete, and there was this constant dripping sound, even though the pipes had been checked countless times. My dad used to get so mad when I refused to go down there to get something for him. He'd call me a baby, say I was being ridiculous. But he didn't feel what I felt every time I stood at the top of those stairs. It wasn't just the basement, though. My bedroom had this antique mirror hung directly over my bed, my grandmother's idea of decoration. I hated that thing. I'd wake up in the middle of the night and see shapes moving in it, distorted reflections that didn't match anything in my room. I begged my parents to take it down, but they refused. "It's an heirloom," my mother would say, not even looking up from whatever she was doing. "Stop being dramatic." I slept with my parents until I was 9 because of that mirror. My dad would get so frustrated with me crawling into their bed night after night that he'd eventually carry me back to my room, sometimes locking my door from the outside. Those nights were the worst, lying there, staring at the ceiling, afraid to look up at the mirror, but feeling like something in it was watching me. The first really unexplainable thing happened when I was around 10. We had this antique china cabinet in the dining room, full of my grandmother's prized collection. The cabinet had this old jammed door that would barely open. My dad had to really yank on it whenever my mum wanted to take something out for special occasions. One afternoon, I was doing homework at the dining table when there was this awful cracking sound. The cabinet door had flown open, not just open, but with enough force that it slammed against the adjacent wall. Dishes came flying out like they'd been thrown, shattering all over the floor. My mum was hysterical, not because of the strange way it happened, but because her mother's precious china was destroyed. When my dad got home, he examined the cabinet and couldn't figure it out. The door that had been stuck for years had somehow violently forced itself open. He chalked it up to the house settling, his explanation for everything weird that happened. A few weeks after that, there was a heavy framed picture of a bullfighter that hung in our hallway. It had been securely mounted on a large nail for as long as I could remember. One night, around 3 in the morning, there was a tremendous crash that woke the whole house. We found the picture at the opposite end of the hallway. The glass shattered, the frame splintered. It hadn't just fallen, it had been thrown with force. My dad replaced the nail, hung the picture back up, and the next night the same thing happened again. After the 3rd time, my mother refused to have it in the house anymore. Things really escalated after my grandmother died. I was 12 when she passed, and the atmosphere in the house changed almost immediately. The air felt heavier, like there was a constant pressure pushing down on us. The temperature would fluctuate wildly, freezing cold spots in the middle of rooms, even during summer. My mother started drinking more, my father stayed away longer, and I felt increasingly alone in that house. That's when the touching started. I'd be lying in bed, almost asleep, when I'd feel large hands stroking my back. The first time it happened, I thought it was my mom checking on me, but when I rolled over, no one was there. It wasn't a gentle touch. It felt invasive and wrong, like someone was trying to wake me up for something terrible. I finally broke down and told my mom about it one morning, expecting her to dismiss me like always. Instead, her face went completely white. She sat down hard at the kitchen table and just stared at me. "I feel them too," she whispered. I thought I was losing my mind. We never told my dad. He would have laughed it off or gotten angry, accused us of making it up for attention. But my mom and I had this terrible secret between us now. Sometimes at night, I'd hear her crying in her room, and I knew why. The voices started when I was 13. My parents had finally divorced, and my dad moved out. It was just my mom and me in that big house, and that's when I began hearing someone call my name from downstairs. It always sounded exactly like my mother's voice, calling, "Jessica, come down here, I need you." The first few times I went downstairs only to find my mom asleep or in the shower, or completely confused about why I thought she'd called me. After a while, I learned to ignore it, even when the voice got more insistent, more angry. "Jessica, come down here right now." I'd put my pillow over my head and pray for morning to come. The worst was when I'd hear it while my mom was sitting right next to me. Her face would freeze, and we'd both pretend we hadn't heard anything. When I was 15, my dad died unexpectedly. Heart attack. Even though he hadn't lived with us for years, his death hit me hard. That night, after the funeral, I had the first of what would become recurring nightmares. In the dream, I was seeing through someone else's eyes, or something else's. The vision had a greenish tint, like night vision goggles, and I was watching myself sleep. But I wasn't just watching. I could feel this overwhelming hatred, this desire to hurt the girl in the bed, me. I'd wake up gasping for air, feeling like something had been sitting on my chest. Those dreams came 3 or 4 times a week. Sometimes I'd wake up with scratches on my arms or legs that I couldn't explain. My mum found me sleepwalking several times, always headed toward the basement door. When she'd guide me back to bed, I'd fight her, insisting that they needed me downstairs. By the time I was 17, I couldn't take it anymore. I begged my mum to move, but she refused. The house was paid off, she'd say. We couldn't afford to go anywhere else. But I think part of her was tied to that place, to whatever was happening there. The drinking got worse, and she'd have these conversations with herself, except I don't think she was talking to herself. The day I left for college was the happiest of my life. I felt like I could breathe again for the first time in years. My mum stayed in the house, getting more isolated, more strange with each passing year. I'd visit on holidays, but I never stayed the night. I couldn't bring myself to sleep in that house again. 5 years ago, my mum finally agreed to move into an assisted living facility. Her health was failing, and the house had fallen into disrepair. I came back to help her pack up and get the place ready to sell. It was the first time I'd been back in almost 2 years. The house felt expectant. That's the only word I can think of to describe it. Like it was waiting for me. The air was thick and stale, dust motes floating in the sunlight, streaming through the grimy windows. Everything was exactly as I remembered, just older, more decayed. The mirror still hung over my old bed, though the silver backing had begun to tarnish and peel in spots, giving the reflection a distorted, mottled appearance. I spent the first day sorting through my mum's things in the upstairs rooms, purposely avoiding the basement. But on the second day, I knew I had to face it. The real estate agent had mentioned that potential buyers would want to see the entire house, including the basement. I stood at the top of those stairs, my hand on the light switch, trying to work up the courage to go down. The light didn't work. Bulb must have burnt out years ago. I had my phone flashlight, though, so I took a deep breath and started down the steps. The temperature dropped with each step, until I could see my breath clouding in front of me. The basement looked smaller than I remembered, cluttered with decades of junk my family had accumulated. Old furniture, boxes of holiday decorations, tools my dad had left behind. I was about halfway through taking inventory when I heard the door at the top of the stairs slam shut. I ran up and found it locked, not just closed, but locked from the other side, which was impossible because the lock was a deadbolt that required a key, and the key had been lost years ago. My mom and I had checked when I arrived. I pounded on the door, yelling for help even though I knew the house was empty. My phone had no service in the basement, and panic was setting in fast. The temperature seemed to drop even further, and I swear I could hear breathing behind me. Heavy, ragged breathing. I kept my back to the door, scanning the darkness, my phone flashlight casting long, distorted shadows across the walls. That's when I noticed something on the far wall. Something that had definitely not been there before. Writing. It looked like it had been scratched into the concrete with something sharp. From where I stood, I couldn't make out what it said, and everything in me screamed not to get closer. But I had to know. I inched forward, my light trembling in my hand. As the words came into focus, my blood turned to ice. Welcome home, Jessica. Underneath it was a crude drawing of what looked like a mirror with a face in it. I don't remember much after that. I must have passed out because the next thing I knew, I was lying at the bottom of the stairs with a splitting headache. The basement door was wide open, sunlight spilling down the steps. I scrambled up and out of there as fast as I could. When I went back down later with the real estate agent, there was no writing on the wall, no scratches, nothing. The agent commented on how clean and dry the basement was. A real selling point, she said cheerfully. I just nodded and got out of there as quickly as possible. The house sold 2 weeks later to a young family with 2 small children. I wanted to warn them, to tell them to check for writing on the walls, to take down any mirrors, to lock the basement door and throw away the key. But what could I say that wouldn't sound completely insane? I never went back to Everdale after that. My mom passed away last year. And sometimes I wonder if whatever was in that house had been following her all these years, or if it stayed behind, waiting for the new family. I still have nightmares about that mirror, about seeing myself through someone else's eyes. Sometimes I wake up feeling those hands on my back. I don't know what was happening in that house, if it was haunted, or if the years of negativity and abuse had somehow seeped into the walls. All I know is that I'll never set foot in Everdale again. And I still can't sleep with mirrors in my bedroom. Some things stay with you, no matter how far you run. Story 4. I still don't know what to make of what happened to me when I was 14. It's been 6.5 years, and I've never told this story outside my family because, well, who would believe me? But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. Summer of 2018. I was staying at my grandparents' house in rural Portugal, about 40 minutes outside Lisbon. It's this old stone house that's been in our family for generations. The place is isolated, surrounded by olive trees and vineyards, with the nearest neighbor about half a kilometer away. My parents sent me there every summer while they worked, and I usually loved it. My days had a simple routine. Mornings were for helping my grandfather with chores around the property. Afternoons were mine to play football in the backyard. I was obsessed with football back then, had dreams of being the next Cristiano Ronaldo, didn't we all? The backyard was perfect for practicing. It was large, flat, and enclosed by stone walls, except for this narrow corridor that connected to the front of the house. The corridor was maybe 2 meters wide and 8 meters long, with old stone walls on both sides. It was always in shadow, because of how the house was positioned, and honestly, I never liked going through there alone, even before everything happened. It all started on a Tuesday afternoon, I remember, because my grandma had made bacalhau for lunch, which she only did on Tuesdays. I was practicing penalty kicks against the back wall when I accidentally kicked the ball too hard. It rolled down the corridor toward the front of the house. I jogged after it, annoyed at myself. When I was about halfway down the corridor, I got this weird feeling, like when you think someone's watching you. I looked up toward the end of the corridor, and that's when I saw it for the first time. There was someone, or something, peeking around the corner at me from the front yard. Just a dark shape, like a person leaning in to look down the corridor. The second I focused on it, it disappeared, like instantly gone. I stood frozen for a few seconds, then convinced myself it was just shadows playing tricks. The lighting in that corridor was always weird, and my grandpa had been trimming the trees out front that morning. Must have been branches moving in the wind or something. I grabbed my ball and went back to playing, but I kept glancing at the corridor for the rest of the afternoon. The next day was when things got undeniably strange. Same routine, lunch, then football. This time I was being careful not to kick the ball toward the corridor, but at some point I felt that same watched feeling. I turned toward the corridor entrance, and there it was again. This time I saw more details. There were hands, definitely hands, gripping the edge of the wall at the corridor entrance, and above them a face peeking around. Except it wasn't really a face. It was just black. Featureless, like a silhouette, but three-dimensional somehow. It was tall, too. I'm about 172 centimeters, and this thing was easily 200, maybe more. Again, the second I looked directly at it, it vanished. Just gone. I dropped my ball and ran to check the corridor and front yard. Nothing. No one around at all. My grandparents were inside taking their afternoon nap. The gate to the property was closed and locked as always. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a neighbor I didn't recognize. But why would they be lurking around instead of just calling out? And how did they disappear so quickly? And why did they look so wrong? I didn't tell my grandparents. They would either worry unnecessarily or think I was making it up for attention. So I kept it to myself, but I stopped playing in the backyard alone. I convinced my little sister, who was 11 at the time, to come out and play with me. Safety in numbers, right? The third day is when everything changed. We were playing hide and seek in the early evening. The sun was starting to set, creating long shadows across the yard. It was my turn to seek, and my sister was hiding. I checked all the usual spots, behind the old oak tree, in the tool shed under the porch. As I was walking past the corridor, movement near the front gate caught my eye. I turned and saw it fully for the first time. It was at our front gate, about 15 meters away from me. It was enormous, completely black, like it was made of shadow but solid somehow. It had a human shape, head, torso, arms, legs, but no features that I could see, no eyes, no mouth, nothing, just pure darkness, and it was trying to climb over our gate. The gate was metal and about 1.5 meters high with spikes on top. This thing had one leg over already and was reaching out toward me with one arm. Its fingers were too long, stretching like they could cross the distance between us. The whole sighting lasted maybe half a second. I blinked, and it was gone again. But this time, I knew I hadn't imagined it. This wasn't shadows or tricks of light. This was something real. I screamed for my sister and ran inside, nearly knocking over my grandmother, who was coming to call us in for dinner. I was shaking and crying, unable to explain what I'd seen. My sister came running in, confused about why the game was over. That night I finally broke down and told my grandmother everything. I expected her not to believe me, but her reaction surprised me. She didn't look shocked or skeptical. She looked worried, but in a knowing way, like she'd heard this kind of thing before. "Há coisas neste mundo que não compreendemos," she said quietly. "There are things in this world we don't understand." The next morning, instead of doing chores, my grandmother took me to see an old man who lived in the next village over. She didn't explain much, just said he was someone who knew about these things. I was confused but desperate for answers, so I went along with it. The old man's house was tiny and smelled of candle wax and incense. Every wall was covered with religious imagery, crosses, pictures of saints, Jesus, Mary, you name it. My family is Roman Catholic, but this was intense even by Portuguese standards. The old man himself looked ancient, with hands gnarled like olive tree roots and deep creases in his face. He sat me down at his kitchen table and asked me to tell him exactly what I'd seen. No judgment, no interruptions, just patient listening. When I finished, he nodded slowly and poured us both tea from a chipped pot. "Not everything we cannot explain is evil," he said, his voice surprisingly strong for someone his age. His Portuguese had a regional accent I found hard to follow sometimes. Sometimes these appearances, they are messages, someone trying to reach you. This wasn't what I expected. I'd been thinking demon or ghost, not messenger. But why was it climbing the gate? Why did it reach for me? I asked, still terrified by that memory. Perhaps it is someone who misses you, someone who needs to tell you something. A distant relation maybe, or someone connected to you in ways you don't understand. He asked if anyone in my family had died recently. No one had. Any strange dreams? Not really. Had I been playing with anything unusual, like a Ouija board? Definitely not. After more questions, he seemed satisfied. He didn't perform any elaborate ritual like I half expected. He just had me hold his worn rosary beads while he said a simple prayer over me. It lasted maybe 2 minutes. Then he gave me a small paper prayer card with St. Michael on it and told me to keep it in my pocket. "If you see this figure again," he said, "don't run. Ask it what it wants, but I don't think you will see it anymore." That was it. No holy water, no exorcism, nothing dramatic. My grandmother gave him some money which he tried to refuse, and we left. I was skeptical, to be honest. How could such a simple thing solve my problem? But the weird thing is, it worked. I never saw the dark figure again. Not at the gate, not in the corridor, nowhere. We stayed at my grandparents' for another month that summer. I eventually started playing in the backyard again, though never alone and never until dusk. By the time we left to go back to our apartment in the city, the incidents had started to feel almost like a bad dream. Over the years, I've tried to make sense of what happened. Was it really some kind of supernatural entity? Was it a hallucination brought on by heat and an overactive imagination? Or was there a perfectly normal explanation that I missed because I was scared? The thing that still bothers me is how real it looked that last time. The way its fingers seemed to stretch toward me, the unnatural way it moved over the gate, and most of all, the absolute certainty I felt in that moment that it wanted something from me specifically. I've gone back to my grandparents' house every summer since then, and nothing strange has ever happened again. The old man from the village passed away 2 years ago, according to my grandmother. I wish I could have asked him more questions. Sometimes when I'm falling asleep at night, I still see those long fingers reaching toward me in my mind. I wonder what would have happened if it had reached me. What did it want to tell me? Was the old man right? Was it trying to deliver a message rather than harm me? I don't know if I'll ever have answers. Part of me hopes I never see that thing again. But another part wonders if I missed something important by being too afraid to listen. All I know for sure is that for 3 days in the summer of my 14th year, something impossible happened to me. And no matter how much time passes, I can't forget the sight of that dark figure climbing over our gate, reaching out for me with those impossibly long fingers. Story 5. My brother Walter convinced me to share this here since I can't stop thinking about it. I work for one of the big paper companies in Rio Grande, driving tractors on these massive eucalyptus plantations. The company bought up a bunch of old farmland years ago and planted thousands of eucalyptus trees for paper production. My job involves maintaining the plantation, clearing areas, and sometimes helping with the harvest when trees are ready. We work in rotating shifts, and last week I was on night duty with 3 other guys. Night shifts are always a bit eerie, especially on this particular farm that everyone calls Fazenda Velha, old farm. All the guys who've worked there for a while have stories about strange things happening at night, but I always laughed them off. Sure, working near those old abandoned cemeteries that got swallowed up by the plantation is creepy, but I figured it was just people's imagination running wild in the dark. Last Thursday, I started my shift at 8 in the evening. It was unusually cold for Rio Grande, with this weird mist hanging low over the plantation. When I arrived at the site office, Paulo, our supervisor, Marcos, another driver, and Diego, our mechanic, were already there. Paulo was going through the night's tasks, mostly routine maintenance on the eastern section near the old Silveira property line. "Just stay in radio contact and finish up before 3, Paulo said, sipping his coffee. "Company wants that section prepped for the new planting next week." Diego was quieter than usual. He's typically the one cracking jokes, but that night he kept looking out the window toward the rows of eucalyptus trees. "You okay?" I asked him. "Yeah, just didn't sleep well," he replied, but I could tell something was bothering him. We headed out around 9, driving our vehicles to the eastern section. It's about 20 minutes from the main facility, deep into the plantation, where the rows of tall eucalyptus trees create these perfect corridors that seem to go on forever. The headlights from our tractors and trucks cut through the darkness, but beyond those beams, it was pitch black, except for the moonlight filtering through the tree canopy. The eastern section borders what used to be the Silveira family cemetery. Most of the headstones are hidden by undergrowth now, but you can still make out a few of them. The company installed floodlights in the work areas, but they create these harsh shadows that make everything look distorted. For about 3 hours, everything was normal. I was clearing some debris while Marcos worked on preparing the soil. Diego was nearby, checking on one of the tractors that had been making strange noises. Paulo mostly stayed in his truck, coordinating over the radio. It was around midnight when things got weird. I was taking a short break, drinking some water and stretching my legs, when I noticed Diego staring at something behind the stacked eucalyptus logs. At first, I thought he was just inspecting equipment, but then I realized he was completely still, like he'd seen something that froze him in place. I watched as he slowly reached for his phone, turned on the flashlight, and then aimed it toward whatever he was looking at. After a few seconds, he started walking toward the stacks, his flashlight beam bouncing with each step. "Diego!" I called out, but he either didn't hear me or was ignoring me. I got back in my tractor and drove over to where he was. When I pulled up, Diego was about 50 meters away from the stacks, looking down at his phone with this expression I'll never forget. Pure shock mixed with fear. "What are you doing?" I asked as I approached him. He jumped when he heard my voice. "Did you see her?" he asked, his voice shaking. "See who?" There was a woman walking between the stacks." I looked around. There was nobody there, just rows of eucalyptus and stacks of harvested logs. "What woman? There's nobody out here but us." Diego shoved his phone in my face. "Look, I took a picture." I'll be honest, I expected to see nothing, or maybe a blurry shadow that could be anything, but what I saw made my blood run cold. The photo was surprisingly clear. A woman in a white dress standing between 2 stacks of logs. She had long dark hair and was looking directly at the camera, but her face, it wasn't quite right. It was too pale, almost glowing, and her eyes were dark holes. She wasn't just pale like someone who doesn't get much sun. She was unnaturally white, like she was emitting light. "What the hell?" I whispered, taking the phone from him to look closer. "I saw her walking and thought it was strange because no one else is supposed to be out here," Diego explained, his voice still unsteady. "When I called out, she didn't respond, so I turned on my flashlight. When I took the picture, she was just standing there staring at me." "Where is she now?" I asked, looking around nervously. "I don't know. I tried to follow her, even started recording a video, but when I got to where she was standing, she was gone, just disappeared." I checked the timestamp on the photo, 12:12 a.m. Just minutes earlier. "Let me see the video," I said. Diego scrolled through his phone and played a short video. It showed him walking toward the spot where the woman had been standing, his breathing heavy in the background. The beam of his flashlight bounced around as he moved, illuminating the stacks of logs and the ground between them. When he reached the spot, there was nothing there. No footprints, no disturbed ground, nothing. "This has to be some kind of joke," I said. Though I knew Diego wasn't the type to pull pranks, especially not during work, I swear I saw her, man, clear as day. We called Paulo over the radio, and he and Marcos joined us a few minutes later. When we showed them the photo, Paulo's face went white. "I've heard stories," he said quietly, "from the older workers. They say this area, especially near the old cemetery, is haunted by a woman in white. They say she was buried there after dying in childbirth in the 1940s, before this was all eucalyptus." Marcos refused to even look at the photo after a quick glance. "My uncle worked here 10 years ago," he said. "He told me he saw her once walking between the trees. He quit the next day." I still wasn't fully convinced. "Maybe it's someone from one of the nearby properties," I suggested, though I knew the nearest house was kilometers away. Paulo shook his head. "Look at the photo again. Look at how she's glowing. That's not natural." He was right. Looking at the photo again, I noticed how the woman seemed to emit a faint glow, illuminating the area around her in a way our flashlights didn't. And there was something about her posture, too still, too perfect, like she wasn't quite real. We decided to continue working but stay together. None of us wanted to admit we were scared, but the mood had definitely changed. Every shadow seemed threatening. Every rustle of leaves made us jump. About an hour later, around 1:30 in the morning, I was operating my tractor when the engine suddenly died. This wasn't unusual. These machines can be temperamental, so I climbed down to check what was wrong. Diego came over to help, bringing his toolbox. As he was checking the engine, I stood a few meters away, shining my flashlight around to give him light. That's when I felt it. A sudden drop in temperature that made my breath visible in the air. It was already cold that night, but this was different. It felt like standing in a freezer. "Do you feel that?" I asked Diego. He nodded, not looking up from the engine. Probably just the weather changing. But I knew it wasn't just the weather. The cold was too localized, too sudden, and then I smelled it, a sweet floral scent that reminded me of the perfume my grandmother used to wear. It was completely out of place in the middle of a eucalyptus plantation. I turned slowly, sweeping my flashlight across the area behind me. At first I saw nothing. Then, about 20 meters away between two tall eucalyptus trees, I caught a glimpse of something white. "Diego," I whispered, not taking my eyes off the spot. "Look." He stood up and followed my gaze. We both saw it, the woman in white, standing perfectly still, watching us. She was too far away for me to make out her features clearly, but I could see she was wearing the same white dress from the photo. Diego fumbled for his phone, but before he could take another picture, she moved. Not like a person walks. It was more like she glided, her feet not seeming to touch the ground. She moved behind a tree and disappeared. "Did you see that?" Diego's voice was barely audible. I nodded, unable to speak. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. We quickly got the tractor started again. The problem turned out to be a loose wire, and returned to where Paulo and Marcos were working. When we told them what we'd seen, Paulo decided we'd done enough for the night. It was only 2 in the morning, an hour before our shift was supposed to end, but none of us complained about leaving early. As we were packing up, collecting our tools, and preparing to head back to the main facility, Marcos suddenly froze, staring at something behind me. "What?" I asked, afraid to turn around. "The cemetery," he said, pointing. "Look at the cemetery." I turned slowly. The old Silvera cemetery was about 100 meters away, barely visible through the trees and undergrowth. But what made my skin crawl were the lights. Small, floating orbs of bluish-white light hovering above the cemetery grounds. There were maybe a dozen of them, drifting slowly like fireflies, but much larger and brighter. "What the hell are those?" Diego whispered. "I don't know, and I don't want to find out," Paulo said, his voice firm but shaking slightly. "Everyone in the vehicles now." We didn't need to be told twice. We gathered our things and practically ran to our vehicles. As I climbed into my tractor, I couldn't resist one last look toward the cemetery. The lights were still there, But now they seemed to be moving in a pattern, circling around a central point, and standing in the middle was the woman in white, her arms outstretched as if welcoming the lights. I started my tractor and drove away as fast as the machine would go, not looking back again. When we got back to the facility, we showed the photo to the night manager. He wasn't surprised. He told us that sightings of the woman in white had been reported for years, but the company didn't like employees talking about it because they thought it would scare people away from working night shifts. The old-timers call her a Dama de Branco, the White Lady, he explained. They say she protects the land that was taken from the dead. The company built over those old farms and cemeteries without proper respect. I've been on day shifts since then. I requested the change immediately, and surprisingly, the company approved it without question. Diego showed me the photo again the next day, and it still gives me chills. It's so clear, so detailed. You can even see the pattern of lace on her dress. No blur, no obvious signs of manipulation, just a dead woman staring into the camera. I don't know what we saw that night. I don't know if it was really the ghost of someone buried in that old cemetery, or something else entirely. But I know what I felt. That unnatural cold, that sweet smell, that overwhelming sense of being watched by something that shouldn't exist. I can't explain it, and I'm not sure I want to try. Some things are better left unknown. Story 6. I've been dealing with this for most of my life, but I've never shared it online before. I guess I always worried people would think I'm crazy or making things up. But after what happened last night, I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it all. It started when I was 5 years old. My family, Mom, Dad, my older brother Jason and I, moved into a brand new house in Oak Ridge, Minnesota. It was one of those new developments built on what used to be farmland. Mom was so excited about having a new place where everything worked properly, not like our old cramped apartment with the leaky faucets and temperamental heating. The first few weeks were normal. Unpacking boxes, figuring out where everything should go, getting used to the longer drive to school. I remember being excited about having my own bedroom for the first time. But then the nightmares started. The first one was about our unfinished basement. In the dream, I woke up to this faint whispering sound coming from downstairs. It wasn't scary at first, just a soft voice calling my name. Ethan, Ethan, come downstairs, Ethan. Being a curious 5-year-old, I followed the voice in my dream, walking down those bare wooden steps into the dark basement. The only light came from this tiny window near the ceiling, and it cast just enough of a glow for me to see something, or someone, partially hidden behind one of the support beams. I couldn't make out much, just this dark shape that seemed to be watching me. The moment I noticed it, I woke up sweating and crying in my bed. I told my mum about it the next morning, and she did what any good parent would do. Checked under my bed, showed me there was nothing in the closet, and left my door cracked open with the hallway light on. That should have been the end of it, but it wasn't. A few days later, I was walking back with my mom after dropping Jason at the bus stop. It was early morning, still a bit dark, with that weird half-light before the sun fully comes up. I remember tugging on Mom's sleeve and asking, "Mom, can you see that black thing over there?" I was pointing toward our neighbor's yard. Mom looked where I was pointing and said she didn't see anything. I insisted, "It's right there, watching us." She got a weird look on her face, but tried to play it off like I was just imagining things. About a week later, I wandered into my parents' bedroom while Mum was making the bed. I just stood in the doorway for a minute before saying, "That black thing is in here?" Mum froze and asked me where. I pointed to the corner of the room near their bathroom door. "It's standing right there, watching you." Mum grabbed me and we went downstairs. She called my dad at work, and he came home early to check the house. But of course he found nothing. As I got older, things got worse. During the day, the house was mostly normal. We'd go about our routines: school, homework, dinner, TV, bed. But sometimes, even in broad daylight, weird stuff would happen. One morning when I was around 7, Mom and I were sitting in the living room. I was eating breakfast before school, and Mom was drinking her coffee. All of a sudden, we heard what sounded like someone wearing heavy boots running across the attic. The footsteps were so loud and clear, thump, 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 right above our heads. Then there was this pounding, like someone was trying to get out. Mom called Dad, who came home from work again, to check it out. He found no sign of anyone having been up there, no footprints in the dust, no disturbed insulation, nothing. Nighttime was when things really got bad. I constantly felt like I was being watched in my room. I developed this habit of positioning my bed so I could always see my bedroom doorway. I was convinced that if I could see who was coming, I'd be safer somehow. Sometimes I'd wake up in the middle of the night and see a figure standing over me or at the foot of my bed. It wasn't like a clear person, more like a darker shadow in an already dark room. I'd squeeze my eyes shut and count to 10, hoping it would be gone when I opened them. Sometimes it was, sometimes it wasn't. The hallway was the worst. Our house had this long hallway connecting all the bedrooms, and I started seeing what I called the shadow man there. Anytime I had to walk between rooms at night, I'd see this tall, dark figure standing at the far end. It never moved toward me, just stood there, watching. I developed this whole routine of running as fast as I could from room to room to avoid being in the hallway for too long. There were other things too. Once, Mom and I were home alone when we heard the sound of glass shattering in the kitchen. We both ran in expecting to find broken dishes, but nothing was out of place. Another time, I woke up to a male voice whispering my name right next to my ear. I was too scared to open my eyes, just laid there frozen until morning. One of the weirdest incidents involved my acoustic guitar. I'd started learning to play when I was 9, and I kept it on a stand in the corner of my room. One night, I woke up to the sound of someone strumming it, not playing a song, just randomly touching the strings. When I sat up in bed, the sound stopped immediately. No one else was in my room. We lived in that house for 7 years. 7 years of unexplained noises, shadowy figures, and constant fear. I never got used to it, but I learned to live with it. When I was 12, Dad got a new job in another part of the state, and we moved to a different house. I remember feeling such relief when we left, like I could finally breathe again. The new house seemed normal at first. I actually slept through the night for the first time in years. No shadows, no voices, no footsteps. For about 6 months, everything was peaceful. I started to think maybe I'd imagined the whole thing, or maybe I'd just been an anxious kid with an overactive imagination. Then one day, we drove past our old house on the way back from visiting friends who still lived in Oak Ridge. I remember staring at it as we passed by, thinking how normal it looked from the outside. No one would ever guess what went on inside those walls. That night, I had a dream about the shadow man. In the dream, he was standing at the foot of my bed in our new house, and he said, "You thought you could leave me behind, but I followed you here." I woke up in a cold sweat, heart pounding. After that night, things started happening in the new house too, not as frequently at first, but gradually increasing. I'd have these incredibly vivid nightmares where parts would come true the next day. Small details like a teacher wearing a specific outfit or a friend saying an exact phrase I'd dreamed about. Sometimes I'd wake up feeling like I was being choked, gasping for air with this pressure on my throat. I'd hear scratching or clawing at my bedroom door at night, but when I worked up the courage to check, nothing was there. Doorknobs would turn on their own, like someone was trying to come in but couldn't quite manage it. By this point, I was in high school, and I was terrified of telling anyone what was happening. I thought they'd think I was crazy or making it up for attention. I started spending as much time away from home as possible, staying late at school for clubs, hanging out at friends' houses, anything to avoid being alone in my room. Eventually, my mom noticed something was wrong. I think she always knew, but we had this unspoken agreement not to talk about the weird stuff. One night, She found me sleeping on the couch and finally asked what was going on. I broke down and told her everything, about the shadow man following us, about feeling watched all the time, about the choking sensations and the doorknobs turning. To her credit, she didn't dismiss me. She admitted that she'd experienced some things too, both in the old house and the new one, but hadn't wanted to scare me by bringing it up. We finally had an honest conversation about everything that had been happening. Mom contacted a medium, something I never thought she'd do, since she's usually pretty skeptical about that stuff. The medium came to our house and immediately zeroed in on this old antique desk that had belonged to my great-grandfather. She said there was an attachment to it, something that had followed the desk from owner to owner. She also identified this decorative urn in our living room as having negative energy. Mum got rid of both items that same day, gave the desk to a second-hand store, and threw the urn in the trash. After that, things calmed down a bit. The shadow man stopped appearing every night. The scratching at my door became less frequent, and I could finally sleep without feeling watched constantly, but it never completely stopped. Even now, years later, living in my own apartment, I occasionally wake up to find that familiar dark shape standing in the corner of my room. Sometimes I still hear my name being whispered when I'm alone. Just last night, I woke up at exactly 3:15 in the morning to find my bedroom door, which I always close before going to bed, standing wide open. I don't know what this thing is or why it's attached itself to me. I don't know if it's something supernatural or if there's some psychological explanation. All I know is that it's been with me for most of my life, and I'm starting to think it always will be. Story 7. I still remember that day like it was yesterday, not 28 years ago. It was June of '95, and my little sister Melissa was turning 9. We lived in Commerce City, just outside of Denver. Not exactly the kind of place you'd expect to have a supernatural encounter. Mom had put together this birthday party for Melissa at our house. Nothing fancy, just cake and ice cream, and a few of Melissa's friends from school running around our backyard. I was 12 at the time, caught in that awkward phase where you're too cool to hang out with your little sister, but still young enough to get excited about birthday cake. It started raining in the afternoon, which forced everyone inside. The kids were getting restless, and Mom was trying to come up with activities to keep everyone entertained. We'd already done the presents and cake, and the rental VHS wasn't holding anyone's attention. What about a séance? My mom suggested. Looking back, it seems like such a strange thing to propose at a 9-year-old's birthday party, but my mom was always a bit eccentric. She was into all that new age stuff. Crystals, tarot cards, horoscopes. The kind of mom who'd read your palm at the kitchen table while making spaghetti. The kids were immediately interested. I remember their wide eyes, this mix of fear and excitement. My dad was in the garage working on his car as usual, so it was just Mom supervising this impromptu adventure into the supernatural. "We don't have a Ouija board," I pointed out, trying to sound knowledgeable. I'd seen movies about them, but had never actually used one. "We'll make our own," Mom said. She grabbed a sheet of notebook paper from my school binder and wrote out the alphabet in a semicircle. Below that, she wrote yes and no on opposite sides, and goodbye at the bottom. For a planchette, she grabbed an empty shot glass from the cabinet. We dimmed the lights in the living room and sat in a circle on the carpet. Me, Mom, Melissa, and 5 of her friends. Mom lit a vanilla-scented candle and placed it on the coffee table next to our makeshift spirit board. "Everyone needs to take this seriously," Mom said, though she was smiling. "We're going to invite spirits to communicate with us. We all need to put one finger lightly on the glass." I remember feeling nervous, but trying not to show it. I was 12, practically a teenager, and I couldn't let a bunch of 9-year-olds see me scared. We all placed our fingertips on the shot glass. Mom closed her eyes and started speaking in this low, dramatic voice. "We invite any spirits present to join our circle. We mean you no harm. We only wish to communicate." For a while, nothing happened. The kids started giggling, and I remember feeling relieved that it wasn't working. Then suddenly, the glass started to move, just a little at first, and I thought someone was pushing it. But looking around the circle, everyone seemed just as surprised as I was. The glass slid to the letter E. "Who's doing that?" Melissa's friend Jenny whispered. "Shh," Mom said. "Let's see what the spirit wants to tell us." The glass continued moving. L-V-I-S. "Elvis?" Mom read aloud. "Are we speaking with Elvis Presley?" The glass slid to yes. The girls erupted in giggles. Mom was smiling too. "Well, Elvis, we're honored to have you visit us today. What would you like to tell us?" The glass moved again. Happybirthday. "He's wishing you happy birthday, Melissa," Mom said. "Thank you, Elvis," Melissa said, still giggling. I rolled my eyes. This was obviously Mom moving the glass, playing along to entertain the kids, but I kept my finger on it anyway. The glass moved again. Notelvis. "Oh?" Mom raised her eyebrows. "Who are we speaking with then?" Brian. "Hello, Brian," Mom said. "Can you tell us more about yourself?" Longbrianlong. "Brian Long?" Mom clarified. The glass slid to yes. "Nice to meet you, Brian," Mom said. "How did you find us today?" The glass moved quickly now. Passingby. "Are you from around here, Brian?" Mom asked. Again, yes. "Did you go to school nearby?" ACHS, Adams City High School? I asked. That was the high school I would eventually attend, just a few miles from our house. Yes. Something about this felt different from the Elvis communication. The glass moved more confidently, more purposefully. I studied everyone's faces, trying to figure out who was pushing it, but everyone looked genuinely surprised. "When did you attend Adams City High, Brian?" Mom asked. The glass spelled out 1972. "And how did you pass away?" Mom hesitated on the question, probably wondering if it was too morbid for a child's birthday party. DROWNED, chill ran down my spine. "I'm sorry to hear that," Mom said softly. "Were you on vacation?" "Yes." "Brian, we're celebrating Melissa's 9th birthday today. Do you have any message for her?" HAPPYBIRTHDAYMELISSA. The glass moved faster than before, not pausing between words. STAYAWAYFROMWATER, Melissa. S eyes widened, and one of her friends whispered, "Creepy." Mom quickly redirected. "Brian, can you show us a sign that you're really here with us?" The glass circled the board once, then spelled WATCHCANDLE. We all turned to look at the vanilla candle burning on the coffee table. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then gradually, the flame began to dim. It grew smaller and smaller until it was barely more than a blue flicker, almost extinguished, but not quite. Everyone was dead silent, staring at the candle. Even Mom looked genuinely shocked. Then suddenly, the flame surged back to life, flaring up 3 times higher than normal for a few seconds before settling back to its regular size. Melissa's friend Jenny started crying. Another girl said she wanted to call her mom to pick her up. "Brian, thank you for visiting us," Mom said, her voice not quite as steady as before. "We appreciate the demonstration, but I think we should say goodbye now. The children are getting scared." OKGOODBYE. The glass moved to goodbye on the paper, and we all removed our fingers. Mom quickly turned on the lights and put on a Disney movie to distract the kids. She blew out the candle and folded up our makeshift spirit board, tucking it into a drawer in the end table. Later that night, after everyone had gone home and Melissa was in bed, I cornered Mom in the kitchen. "Did you do that with the candle?" I asked. She looked at me seriously. "No, Thomas, I didn't." "Someone had to," I insisted. "Maybe it was a draft or something." "Maybe," she said, but she didn't sound convinced. I couldn't stop thinking about it. The candle had been at least 5 feet away from anyone in the circle. Mom was acting as the medium, seated directly across from it, too far to have reached it without standing up. All the kids were visible, hands on the shot glass. The séance had been completely spontaneous. No one could have prepared a trick candle in advance, and there were no vents or open windows nearby to create a draft. A few days later, I found our makeshift spirit board still in the drawer where Mum had put it. On impulse, I took it to my room, along with a small juice glass from the kitchen. That night, I conducted my own séance. "Brian," I called out after going through the ritual Mom had performed, "are you there?" The glass remained still for so long that I almost gave up. Then it moved. Y-E-S. Over the next few weeks, I communicated with Brian regularly. He told me he'd been 17 when he drowned at Lake McConaughey in Nebraska. He'd been on a senior trip with friends, got caught in a current, and couldn't make it back to shore. He said he sometimes visited Adams City High, watching the students and remembering his own time there. I told my family about my conversations with Brian, and for a while they humored me. Mom and Melissa would sometimes join me for a séance. Even Dad participated once, though he remained skeptical. Brian became something like an invisible friend to me. I'd ask him about the afterlife, and he'd give vague but intriguing answers. He seemed friendly, never threatening. But gradually, everyone else lost interest. Mom became concerned that I was spending too much time with the spirit board and not enough with real friends. Melissa moved on to other interests. Dad had never really believed in it anyway. By the end of summer, I was the only one still talking to Brian. Then, one night in August, when I called for Brian, a different spirit responded. "Who are you?" I asked. "Where's Brian?" The glass spelled out B-R-I-A-N-G-O-N-E. "Gone where?" H-E-A-V-E-N. "He moved on?" I asked, feeling a strange sense of loss. "Yes." I never used the spirit board again after that. It wasn't the same without Brian. I kept the folded paper and the shot glass in my desk drawer for years, but I never had the desire to contact other spirits. It felt wrong somehow, like I'd be betraying my spectral friend. I've thought about that summer many times over the years. I've researched drowning incidents at Lake McConaughey in the 70s, but I've never found any record of a Brian Long. I've looked through old Adams City High yearbooks too, with no luck. Sometimes I wonder if we really contacted a spirit, or if it was just the power of suggestion making us move the glass unconsciously, but I still can't explain the candle. I've gone over it countless times in my mind, examining every possible explanation. No one was close enough to blow on it or manipulate it. It wasn't a trick candle, it was just a regular scented candle from Mum's collection. There were no drafts, no air conditioning vents nearby. The way it dimmed so gradually, then flared up so suddenly. I've never seen anything like it before or since. I'm 39 now, with kids of my own. I've never told them about Brian or the séance. Sometimes I'm tempted to recreate our makeshift spirit board and see if he's still out there somewhere. But mostly, I hope he found whatever peace he was looking for when he moved on. And sometimes, when I blow out birthday candles, I watch the smoke curl up toward the ceiling and wonder if he's watching too. Story 8. I've been debating whether to share this for months now. Even typing this makes my hands shake a little. I'm not the type who believes in the paranormal. I mean, I watch horror movies for fun and usually laugh at the stupid decisions characters make. But what happened at my cousin's grandparents' house last summer has completely changed my perspective on, well, everything. My cousin Megan and I have always been close, and I often stayed at her grandparents' farmhouse during summer breaks. It's this big old 2-story house about 40 minutes outside the city, surrounded by cornfields and not much else. The place has been in their family for generations. Megan's grandparents live on the main floor, while the upper floor used to be where my aunt and uncle lived before they moved closer to the city for work. That weekend was supposed to be like any other visit. My parents dropped me off Friday afternoon, and Megan and I immediately fell into our usual routine, raiding the fridge for her grandma's homemade cookies and planning our movie marathon for the night. I downloaded a bunch of new horror movies, Megan said, scrolling through her laptop. Mum says I'm not supposed to watch them, but what she doesn't know won't hurt her. We spent the evening watching one terrifying movie after another in the living room. Her grandparents joined us for dinner, but went to bed around 9, warning us not to stay up too late. Megan's grandma made her usual comment about how we'd get nightmares if we kept watching those awful movies, but we just laughed it off. By around 1 in the morning, we'd gone through 3 films, each one creepier than the last. The final one was about some entity that could mimic people's voices to lure them into danger. Typical horror stuff, right? We laughed about the bad special effects and picked apart the plot holes while finishing off the last of the popcorn. I'm exhausted, I finally said, yawning. I think I'm going to head upstairs. I always stayed in the upper floor when visiting. It had been mostly untouched since my aunt and uncle moved out years ago, like a time capsule with dated wallpaper and family photos still hanging on the walls. There was something peaceful about having that entire floor to myself, even though it could get a little creepy at night with all the creaking floorboards. Megan looked at me with wide eyes. You're seriously going to sleep up there alone after those movies? Don't tell me you're scared, I teased. I thought you were the brave one. Whatever, your funeral. She shrugged, gathering the empty soda cans. Text me if you hear any demons. I grabbed my overnight bag and headed upstairs. The wooden steps creaked under my weight, a sound that never bothered me before, but suddenly seemed louder in the quiet house. The upstairs hallway was dark, except for the dim nightlight at the end of the corridor that Megan's grandma always kept on for me. I flipped on the bathroom light and went through my nightly routine, washing my face, brushing my teeth, changing into my pajamas. Nothing unusual. Before heading to my bedroom, which used to be my aunt's old office, I double-checked that the door to the upstairs was locked. It was an old-fashioned door with a heavy deadbolt that made a satisfying clunk when secured. My bedroom was small but comfortable, with a twin bed pushed against the wall and a small desk by the window overlooking the cornfields. I closed the bedroom door, plugged in my phone to charge, and set it on the nightstand. It was around 1:30 when I finally got into bed. I remember checking the time and seeing I had about 15% battery left, but I figured it would be enough until morning. I fell asleep almost immediately. The day had been long, and the combination of junk food and scary movies had worn me out completely. What happened next is still something I struggle to explain. I woke up to sunlight streaming through the window. My first thought was how deeply I'd slept. No nightmares, no waking up in the middle of the night. I stretched and reached for my phone to check the time. It was just after 11 in the morning, which explained why the sun was already so high. When I unlocked my screen, my stomach dropped. I had over 20 missed calls. 5 from Megan, 8 from her grandma, and the rest from her grandpa and aunt. There were also a bunch of texts, all variations of, "Are you okay?" and "Please answer." Before I could even process what was happening, I heard footsteps rushing up the stairs and Megan calling my name. "Olivia, are you in there? Are you okay?" I opened the bedroom door to find Megan standing there, her face pale with worry. "What's going on?" I asked, completely confused. She stared at me like I'd grown a second head. "Are you serious right now? We've been trying to reach you all night. Grandma was about to call the police." "What? Why?" "Get dressed and come downstairs. Grandma's freaking out." I quickly changed and followed her downstairs, where her grandma was pacing in the kitchen. When she saw me, she rushed over and hugged me tight. "Oh, thank goodness you're all right. We were so worried about you, dear." "I'm fine," I said, still completely lost. "What happened?" Her grandma pulled back, studying my face. "You don't remember?" "Remember what? I went to bed after the movies and just woke up." Megan and her grandma exchanged looks. "Honey," her grandma said slowly, "you were running around upstairs all night. We heard you walking back and forth, opening and closing doors. It started around 3 in the morning and kept going for hours." A chill ran down my spine. "That's impossible." I was asleep the whole time. We all heard it, Megan said. I texted you first, but when you didn't answer, I called. When you still didn't pick up, I got Grandma. We came upstairs and knocked on your door, but you didn't answer. I didn't hear anything, I insisted. My phone was on the nightstand right next to me. There's more, her grandma said, her voice dropping. There were voices, not just footsteps. It sounded like you were talking to someone, or something was mimicking your voice. My blood ran cold. What did it sound like? Like you, but not quite, Megan said. It was your voice, but the words were all wrong, like gibberish or a language I couldn't understand. Grandma thought maybe you were having night terrors or sleepwalking. But I wasn't, I whispered. I was in bed the whole time, I swear. Her grandpa, who had been quietly listening, finally spoke up. Let's go check upstairs. The four of us climbed the stairs together. Everything looked normal at first glance. The bathroom was just as I'd left it. My bedroom was untouched. But when we walked into the small kitchen area, Megan gasped. On the floor by the sink was a ceramic mug that hadn't been there the night before. And scattered across the counter were several long, dark strands of hair. That's not mine, I said immediately. My hair was shoulder length and light brown. These strands were much longer and almost black. No one in our family has hair like that, her grandma whispered. We stood there in silence, staring at the evidence that someone or something had been in the house while I slept. Could someone have broken in? I asked, though I already knew the answer. The door had been locked from the inside, and I would have heard if someone tried to force it open. The deadbolt was still locked when we came up this morning, her grandpa confirmed, and all the windows were closed. For a moment, I wondered if this was all an elaborate prank, if Megan was getting back at me for something or trying to scare me after our horror movie marathon. But one look at her grandmother's genuinely terrified face told me this was real. We searched the entire upper floor, checked closets, looked under beds, examined windows for signs of forced entry. Nothing was out of place except for that mug and those strands of hair. Maybe I did sleepwalk, I suggested weakly, grasping for any rational explanation. Maybe I was having some kind of episode and don't remember it. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. I've never sleepwalked in my life, and I certainly wouldn't have been able to produce long black hairs from nowhere. Let's get your things, Megan's grandma said firmly. You're staying downstairs with us tonight. I didn't argue. I gathered my belongings from the bedroom and moved them to the guest room on the main floor. We spent the rest of the day trying to act normal, watching TV, playing board games, anything to distract ourselves from what had happened, but there was an unspoken tension hanging over all of us. That night, Megan and I shared the guest room, neither of us willing to admit how scared we were. We kept the lights on until well past midnight, whispering theories back and forth. What if it's still up there? She asked at one point. I didn't have an answer for her. We eventually fell asleep from sheer exhaustion, but I woke up several times during the night, straining to hear if there were any sounds coming from upstairs. The house remained silent. The next day, my parents came to pick me up as planned. I didn't tell them what happened. How could I explain something I didn't understand myself? As we drove away, I looked back at the house, my eyes drawn to the upstairs windows. For a split second, I thought I saw something move behind the curtain of my bedroom. Just a shadow there, and gone so quickly I couldn't be sure it wasn't my imagination. I've been back to visit Megan since then, but I never stay in the upstairs bedroom anymore. None of us talk about what happened that night, but the unspoken agreement is clear. The upper floor belongs to something else now. Sometimes late at night, I still wonder what would have happened if I'd woken up during those hours. Would I have seen who or what was moving around, using my voice, leaving traces of its presence? Or was whatever it was careful to stay out of my room, knowing I was there but choosing not to reveal itself directly? I don't have answers, just the lingering fear that comes with knowing something was there with me, separated only by a thin bedroom door. Something that wanted us to think it was me, running around and talking to itself all night. Something that left physical evidence of its presence, but vanished without a trace. And sometimes, when I'm about to fall asleep, I catch myself listening for footsteps that sound just like mine, walking around when I'm supposed to be the only one there. Story 9. I've been debating whether to share this for a long time. I guess I need to get it off my chest because it's starting to happen again, and I don't know who else to turn to. This is about the house I've lived in my entire life, and the things that have haunted me since I was a child. I was raised by my grandparents in this big old 2-story house on the outskirts of town. It's the kind of place that looks normal enough from the outside. Faded yellow paint, a creaky front porch, large windows that let in too much cold air during winter. My parents split up when I was young, and neither was really equipped to raise a kid, so I ended up with my grandparents. That arrangement was fine by me. My grandmother's cooking was amazing, and my grandfather taught me how to fix things around the house, but there was always something off about this place. The first time I noticed anything was when I was around 7 years old. I was looking for my mom, who was visiting that weekend. I remember running up the stairs, calling for her. When I reached the top of the staircase, I caught a glimpse of what looked like a woman's leg. Just the lower half, pale, wearing a long skirt, disappearing around the corner into the guest bedroom. I assumed it was my mom, so I ran over, excited to show her a drawing I'd made. "Mom," I called out, pushing the door open. The room was completely empty. The bed was made, the curtains drawn. No one was there. I checked under the bed, in the closet, even behind the door. Nothing. I ran back downstairs, confused, and found my mom in the kitchen with my grandmother. She'd been there the whole time. I didn't think much of it then. Kids see things, right? But that was just the beginning. After my grandfather died when I was 14, my grandmother started renting out the spare room to make ends meet. One of the tenants was an elderly man recovering from a broken femur. He was quiet during the day, but at night I'd hear him mumbling to himself. Not unusual for an old person, I figured. One morning, I was walking past his room. His door was partially open, and I could see him standing there with his back to me, leaning heavily on his walker. But what made me freeze in my tracks was what stood behind him. It was a shadow. Not just any shadow, a massive, towering silhouette of a man. Easily 7 feet tall, broad-shouldered, muscular, but completely black. No features, no eyes, no mouth, just pure darkness in the shape of a person. It wasn't cast on any wall. It was standing in the middle of the room, right behind the old man. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and when I looked again, both the old man and the shadow were gone. Just gone. I pushed the door open wider, and the room was empty. The walker was there, but no old man, no shadow figure. The next day, the old man's health took a sharp turn for the worse. He became bedridden, barely speaking, his eyes constantly darting to the corners of the room. 3 weeks later, he was gone, moved to a hospice facility where he died shortly after. I didn't tell anyone about what I'd seen. Who would believe me? But the incident gnawed at me, and eventually, during one of my dad's rare visits, I cautiously brought up the weird things that sometimes happened in the house. My father's reaction wasn't what I expected. He didn't laugh or dismiss me. Instead, he got very quiet, then asked me exactly what I'd seen. When I told him about the leg disappearing into the room and the shadow behind the old man, he nodded slowly. "It runs in the family," he said finally. "My side, we see things others don't." He told me that when he and my mom were still together and living in this house, he would wake up to knocking sounds from inside the walls. Sometimes, in the middle of the night, he'd hear a woman screaming from somewhere upstairs. But when he'd check, my mom would be sound asleep beside him. "I confronted your grandmother about it once," he said. "Asked her if there was something about the house she wasn't telling us. She just crossed herself and said to ignore it, that acknowledging it only makes it stronger." According to my dad, The strange occurrences were part of the reason for my parents' divorce. My mum couldn't stand the constant feeling of being watched, the unexplained noises, the items that would move from where she'd left them. My dad wouldn't leave, because it was his family home. "There's a woman," he said, "pale as milk with long black hair. Have you seen her?" I hadn't. Not yet. Until one night when I was 16, I was lying in bed reading with my lamp on. It was around 2 in the morning, and the house was completely silent, except for the occasional creak of settling wood. Suddenly, I felt this intense sensation of being watched. You know that feeling when someone's staring at you and you just know it? Like that, but 100 times stronger. I slowly looked up from my book, and there she was, staring at me through the glass portion of my window. A woman with skin so pale it almost glowed in the darkness, with long, stringy black hair framing her face. Her eyes were fixed on mine, unblinking. The strangest part wasn't that she was somehow looking through a second-story window with no way to be standing there. The strangest part was that I felt nothing. No fear, no panic, just a sort of detached confusion. I stared at her for what felt like minutes, and she stared back. Then I simply pulled my blankets over my head and fell asleep, like it was the most natural thing in the world. After that night, the nightmares began. I would dream of walking through the house, but it wasn't quite right. The hallways were too long, the ceilings too high, and always, there was something following me. I could never see it, but I could feel its breath on the back of my neck. The worst incident happened when I was 17. My mom was staying over to help my grandmother, who was getting too old to manage the house alone. I remember waking up in the middle of the night, fully conscious, but not in control of my body. I watched as my hands folded my blanket perfectly, something I never did. I hated making my bed. And then my legs carried me out of my room. I stood outside my grandmother's bedroom door for what felt like hours, just standing there, not moving, not making a sound. Then I walked downstairs and sat on the living room couch, staring at the blank wall. That's where my mom found me around 4 in the morning when she got up to use the bathroom. She said later that my eyes were open but vacant, like I wasn't there at all. She shook me, called my name, and finally I blinked and looked at her, confused about how I'd gotten there. She led me back to my room, tucked me in like I was a little kid again, and as she was closing the door, I smiled at her through the crack. But here's the thing, I wasn't smiling, I wasn't in control of my face. I remember trying to scream, to tell her something was wrong, but all that came out was that smile. Years later, my mom brought this up during a phone call. She said that smile still haunted her. "It wasn't your smile, Alejandro," she told me. "It wasn't you." My grandmother passed away 3 years ago, leaving the house to me. I know I should sell it, move somewhere else, somewhere without history, but I can't. It's like the house has its hooks in me, or maybe whatever lives here does. For a while after my grandmother died, things were quiet. The nightmares stopped. I didn't see the pale woman or the shadow man. I started to wonder if maybe it had all been in my head, some kind of shared family delusion. Then, 2 weeks ago, the nightmares came back. Last night, I woke up at 3:15 in the morning to the sound of horse hooves. Not outside on the street, inside my garage, clear as day, the clip-clop of heavy hooves on concrete. I lay there, frozen, listening as the sound moved from one end of the garage to the other, then stopped abruptly. I didn't check. I couldn't make myself get out of bed, but this morning I found horseshoe prints in the dust on my garage floor. Perfect, clear horseshoe prints leading from the back wall to the garage door, then simply stopping. I've been researching the history of this house, trying to find some explanation. My grandfather was always secretive about his past, about how he came to own this place. My grandmother once mentioned that he won it in a card game back in the 1950s, but she would never elaborate. What connection does my family have to these entities? Why have they haunted us for generations? Are they tied to the house or to us? And why are they becoming more active now? I'm writing this from my kitchen table. It's getting dark outside. Soon, I'll have to decide whether to stay another night or find somewhere else to sleep. But even as I consider leaving, I know I'll stay. This house is part of me now, or I'm part of it. The strangest thing is, I'm not even sure I want them to leave. The pale woman, the shadow man, they're familiar now, like old friends or family. I just heard footsteps upstairs, heavy, dragging footsteps like someone with a limp. I live alone. I think I'll go check. Story 10. I still can't explain what happened that night. It's been 3 weeks and I've barely slept. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or anything supernatural, but what I saw, I just can't rationalize it away anymore. It was a Thursday evening, around 8:30. My parents and my sister Elizabeth, we call her Beeb, had gone to my cousin's engagement dinner about an hour away. I'd begged off because I had a killer migraine earlier that day, though it had mostly subsided by evening. I was actually enjoying having the house to myself for once. No one hogging the bathroom, no fighting over the TV remote. Just peace and quiet. Our house is pretty old, built in the 1970s, with those typical creaky floors and strange little design quirks that come with older homes. The bathroom upstairs has this weird folding door that my dad installed years ago because a regular door would hit the toilet when fully opened. It's like an accordion-style door that folds in on itself when you open it, creating this slit in the middle when closed. There's also a pretty substantial gap at the bottom. You can easily see about 2 inches above someone's ankle when they walk by. I decided to treat myself to a nice long bath with some fancy bath bombs my friend had given me for my birthday. I filled the tub with steaming hot water, dropped in a glittery purple bath bomb, and settled in with my phone propped up against the faucet to watch some cooking videos. The bathroom is small enough that from the tub I had a clear view of the door. I must have been in there for about 20 minutes, just soaking and watching videos, when something caught my eye at the bottom of the door. Through that gap underneath, I saw a pair of feet walk past. They were definitely bare feet, pale white but not like ghostly white or anything, just regular pale feet with unpainted toenails. I could also see what looked like the hem of a black flowing dress or skirt just above the ankles. At first, I wasn't even scared, not even slightly concerned. My immediate thought was that Elizabeth had come home early. Maybe she wasn't feeling well or something and had decided to skip the dinner. The feet had walked in the direction that only leads to my bedroom and hers, so I figured she'd gone to my room looking for me. I called out, "Beeb, Elizabeth, get out of my room." I said it kind of teasingly, the way sisters do. When there was no answer, I just shrugged it off. Elizabeth sometimes ignores me when she's annoyed or has her headphones in. I figured she'd realize I was in the bathroom and go to her own room. I finished my bath about 10 minutes later, dried off, wrapped myself in a towel, and headed to my bedroom to get dressed. I was already thinking about what snacks I could raid from the kitchen now that I had to share the house again. But when I pushed open my bedroom door, no one was there. My room was exactly as I'd left it. Bed unmade, clothes scattered on the floor. I'm not the neatest person. Laptop closed on my desk. No sign of Elizabeth. I called out again. "Beeb, you home?" Nothing. A little confused, I went to her bedroom next. Empty. I checked my parents' room, the guest room, even opened the closets. No one. That's when the first real twinge of uneasiness hit me. I went downstairs, still in my towel, and checked the living room, kitchen, dining room, all empty. The front door was still locked from the inside, just as I'd left it after my parents and sister departed. I even checked the basement and the laundry room. Nobody. My heart was starting to beat faster. I went to the front window and looked out at the driveway. No cars except mine. Our house has a security system with cameras at the front and back doors. I checked the app on my phone, and there had been no recorded activity since my family left hours earlier. With shaking hands, I called Elizabeth. "Hey, what's up?" she answered, and I could hear the noise of the restaurant in the background. Are, are you at the dinner?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Yeah, we just ordered dessert." "Why, everything okay?" I felt like ice water had been poured down my spine. "When are you guys coming home?" "Probably not for a couple more hours. Dad's talking to Uncle Rob about some boring work stuff. You know how they get." I must have been silent for too long because she asked, "Vic, what's wrong?" "Nothing," I lied, just wondering. "See you later." I hung up and immediately ran back upstairs to get dressed. There was no way I was staying in just a towel now. I threw on sweats and a t-shirt, then went back downstairs, turning on every light in the house as I went. The thing that kept replaying in my mind was how casual the whole experience had felt at first. I had so naturally assumed it was my sister that I'd called out to her without a second thought. Whatever, whoever, had walked past that bathroom door had moved with such normalcy, such human confidence, that I hadn't even questioned it. That's what scared me most. Not the idea of a ghost or an intruder, but how easily I had accepted its presence, how I had mistaken it for someone alive, someone I knew. I sat downstairs with all the lights on and the TV blaring some reality show I wasn't watching. I couldn't stop thinking about those pale feet and the black hem. They hadn't looked transparent or floaty or any of the things you'd expect from a ghost. They looked solid, real, like a person had just walked by. I kept trying to come up with rational explanations. Maybe someone had broken in without triggering the alarms, but then where did they go? Our house isn't that big, and I'd checked everywhere, and why would a barefoot burglar in a dress break in just to walk around and leave? Maybe I'd fallen asleep in the bath and dreamed it, but I know I was awake. I remember the specific video I was watching, a recipe for stuffed bell peppers. I remember the water starting to cool and adding more hot water right before I saw the feet. The more I thought about it, the more details I remembered. The feet had been small, probably a women's size 6 or 7. They'd walked slowly, deliberately, not rushing. The black fabric had swayed slightly with each step. It had looked like an older style of dress, not modern, more flowing and ankle length. I tried to distract myself with TV, with scrolling through social media, with anything, but my eyes kept darting to the staircase, half expecting to see those pale feet descending. The house felt different somehow, like the air had thickened. Every creak and settle of the old building made me jump. Around 10:45, I heard a car in the driveway and nearly cried with relief when I saw my parents' headlights through the window. I ran to unlock the door before they could even knock. "You're still up?" my mom asked as they came in. "How's your headache?" I wanted to tell them everything, but something stopped me. My dad's super practical and would just think I was making it up or had fallen asleep. My mom would freak out and sage the house or call a priest or something, and Elizabeth would never let me hear the end of it. So I just said, "Better, I was just waiting up for you guys." That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept staring at my bedroom door, remembering that whatever I'd seen had walked in the direction of my room. Was it still here? Had it been looking for me? The next morning, I casually asked my parents if anyone had ever died in our house. They looked at me like I was crazy. "Not that we know of," my dad said. "The realtor would have had to disclose that." "Why?" I shrugged it off, claiming I'd watched a horror movie that got me thinking. But later that day, when everyone was out, I researched the history of our house. Nothing came up. No tragic deaths, no missing persons, nothing that would explain a ghostly visitor. I even looked up the previous owners. The last family had lived here for 12 years before us. A couple with 3 sons. Before them, an elderly couple who downsized from a bigger home. Nothing stood out, nothing that would explain a woman in a black dress. It's been 3 weeks now, and I haven't seen those feet again. But sometimes, when I'm in the bathroom, I find myself staring at that gap under the door, waiting. I've started showering instead of taking baths so I can be quicker, and I always lock the bathroom door now, even though I'm not sure what good that would do against whatever it was. The thing is, I'm not convinced it was a ghost in the traditional sense. It didn't feel malevolent or scary in the moment. It just felt like someone passing by, like they belonged there, like they had every right to be walking through my house on a Thursday evening. Sometimes I wonder if it was trying to find me, if it walked to my bedroom looking for me, only to find I wasn't there. What would have happened if I'd been in my room instead of the bath? Would I have seen more than just feet? I haven't told anyone about this until now. It sounds crazy when I try to put it into words, but I know what I saw. Those pale feet, that black hem moving with purpose down my hallway. And sometimes, late at night, I swear I can hear soft footsteps walking towards my room, stopping just outside my door. I lie there, heart pounding, waiting for something to happen. But it never does. At least, not yet. Story 11. I've been hesitating to share this for years because I know how it sounds. I'm not the type to believe in ghosts or paranormal stuff. I was always the skeptic in my friend group, the one who'd find the logical explanation for everything. But what happened that night in that house? I still can't explain it. And it's been 12 years. I was 17 when my home situation fell apart. My mom got a new boyfriend who made it clear I wasn't welcome, and after one particularly bad fight, I found myself with nowhere to go. My best friend Jake offered to let me crash at his place until things blow over. That temporary arrangement ended up lasting almost 2 years. Jake's house was this absolute eyesore in an otherwise decent neighborhood. It stuck out like a broken tooth in a nice smile. Before his mom bought it for dirt cheap, it had been a notorious drug den. There had been at least 2 overdose deaths there, and rumors of violence that went beyond the typical drug disputes. The neighbors all hated the place, and probably weren't thrilled when Jake's family moved in without making many improvements. The first thing that hit you about the house was how dark it was inside, like unnaturally dark. Most of the windows were covered with cardboard or thick blankets because the previous owners had broken the glass and couldn't afford to replace it. Jake's mum just never got around to fixing them. She worked 2 jobs and was barely home, so home improvements weren't exactly a priority. My room was actually a converted dining room with a pull-out couch. It had one small window that was halfway covered with cardboard, letting in just enough light during the day to make the room feel gloomy rather than pitch black. At night, though, it was like being in a cave. From day one, I felt uncomfortable in that house. It wasn't just the darkness or the knowledge of its history. There was something off. Like the air was heavier somehow. Jake and his mum seemed oblivious to it, but I constantly felt like I was being watched. I'd be doing homework and suddenly get this overwhelming urge to look over my shoulder. Of course, nothing was ever there. Sometimes I'd hear footsteps in the hallway when nobody was home. Other times, I'd leave something on my makeshift desk, go to the bathroom and return to find it slightly moved. Nothing dramatic, just enough to make me question my sanity. Was I putting my phone down in a different spot than I remembered? Was I going crazy? I never said anything to Jake or his mom. They were already doing me a huge favor by letting me stay, and I didn't want to seem ungrateful or weird. Plus, Jake would have just made fun of me for being scared. The night it happened was a Friday in November. Jake and his mom were home, but they'd gone to bed early. I was lying on my pull-out couch watching Cheech and Chong on this tiny TV I'd saved up for. It was around 11:30, and I was fighting to stay awake. The movie was funny, but I'd had a long day at school, followed by a shift at the gas station where I worked part-time. The house was especially cold that night. The heating system was ancient and barely functional, so I pulled my blanket up to my chin. My eyelids were getting heavy, but I wanted to finish the movie. I remember thinking I'd just rest my eyes for a second. I must have dozed off, because when I cracked my eyes open again, the movie was at a different scene. That's when I saw it. Above my TV, where the wall met the ceiling, something was emerging. It's hard to describe without sounding like I'm making this up, but the wall itself seemed to be bulging outward, like something was pushing through from the other side. Then a shape began to form, a solid black figure, darker than the darkness of the room. At first, I thought I was dreaming or experiencing sleep paralysis. I'd read about that online, where you're half asleep and see scary shit but can't move. But I could move. I pinched myself hard, and the pain was real. The figure continued to pull itself out of the wall. It had a humanoid shape, but with proportions that were just wrong. Its arms were too long, its torso too narrow, and its head... God, its head wasn't shaped like a human head. It was elongated and slightly curved at the top, almost like a question mark. I couldn't see any features on its face, if it even had a face. It was just this pitch-black silhouette, like a hole cut into reality. The TV light should have reflected off it somehow, but it didn't. It absorbed all light. I lay there, completely frozen, as this thing fully emerged from my wall. And then, this is the part that still makes my skin crawl, it fell forward, directly onto my bed, onto me. I felt a weight spread across my body, not crushing, but definitely there. Cold, like being covered in wet clothes in winter. But there was nothing actually touching me that I could see. The blackness had sort of spread out, covering parts of me and the bed. I flinched hard and squeezed my eyes shut. Every instinct was screaming at me to run, but I couldn't make my body respond. My hands clenched into fists, pulling the blanket tight. When I finally forced my eyes open again, the figure was gone from my bed, but I could hear something, a soft, shuffling sound, like someone dragging their feet across carpet. It was moving past my bed toward my closet. The closet door was open, and inside I could see my clothes hanging. As I watched, the hangers started moving, swinging slightly as if something had rushed in there. My t-shirts rippled like there was a breeze, but the air in the room was completely still. I don't know where I found the courage to do what I did next. Maybe it was built-up frustration from months of feeling watched and scared in what was supposed to be my safe space. Maybe it was just pure adrenaline. But something in me snapped. I sat up straight in bed and started shouting. "This is my space," I yelled, my voice shaking. "You don't belong here. I don't care what you are or what you want, but I'm not going to be scared anymore. I'm not going to be terrorized in the only home I have." I kept going, telling this thing that it needed to leave me alone, that I wasn't afraid, a complete lie, that it had no power over me. I probably sounded absolutely insane to Jake and his mom. I'm surprised they didn't come running to see what the hell was happening. As I was shouting, the movement in my closet stopped. The room suddenly felt lighter somehow, like pressure had been released. The heavy feeling that had been constant since I moved in seemed to lift, just a little. I didn't sleep at all that night. I kept the TV on and sat with my back against the wall, jumping at every creak and groan of the old house. But nothing else happened. The next morning, Jake asked if I was okay. He said he'd heard me talking in my sleep but couldn't make out what I was saying. I just told him I had a nightmare and left it at that. Here's the strangest part. After that night, I never experienced anything that extreme again. The feeling of being watched never completely went away, and occasionally I'd still find objects slightly moved or hear unexplainable sounds. But whatever that figure was, it never showed itself to me again. I lived in that house for another 1.5 years before I saved enough money to get my own apartment. In all that time, I never told Jake or his mom what I saw. What would I even say? "Hey, by the way, there's a shadow creature living in your walls." They'd think I was nuts. To this day, I can't explain what happened. Was it a hallucination caused by stress and sleep deprivation? Was it something more? I don't know. But sometimes when I'm alone in my own place at night, I still get that feeling of being watched, and my eyes dart to the walls, half expecting to see that shape emerging again. I've tried researching similar experiences online, There are stories about shadow people that share some similarities with what I saw, but nothing that matches exactly, and none of the explanations, psychological, paranormal or otherwise, feel satisfying. What I do know is this: that house changed me. I'm still the skeptic who looks for logical explanations, but I'm also someone who sleeps with the lights on more often than I'd like to admit. Because once you've seen something impossible with your own eyes, you never really feel completely safe in the dark again. Story 12. I've debated for weeks whether to post this. It's been almost 2 months, and I still look over my shoulder every time I take my dog out at night. I've tried explaining this away in my head 1,000 different ways, but nothing makes sense. I need to tell someone who might understand or have experienced something similar. I work weird hours as an ER nurse, mostly night shifts, which means I'm often walking my dog, Bella, around 11 p.m. or midnight when I have days off. I've lived in Oak Ridge Estates for about 3 years now. It's one of those fancy gated communities with manicured lawns and houses that all cost way too much. It's quiet, safe, and honestly a bit boring, which is exactly why I bought here. That night, it was a Tuesday in early October, was perfectly normal. Clear sky, almost full moon, temperature in the low 60s, nothing out of the ordinary. I'd walked the same route hundreds of times before, down Oak Ridge Drive, around the small park, then looping back through Cedar Lane and into the newer section of the subdivision. Bella's a 4-year-old German Shepherd mix I rescued as a puppy. She's normally fearless. Actually, she's borderline cocky. She'll chase squirrels 3 times her size and stands her ground when we encounter other dogs. She's never been afraid of anything, which is partly why what happened that night freaked me out so badly. We were crossing from the older section of the neighborhood into the newer development area. This part has fewer streetlights, and the houses are spaced farther apart, some still under construction. I was just checking something on my phone when Bella suddenly stopped walking. I looked up, and that's when I saw it. About 200 meters ahead of us, there was someone? Something? At first, I thought it was just a person walking home late, maybe someone in a white hat or hoodie, but as I focused, I realized the figure was moving strangely. It wasn't walking, it was almost skipping, but in this bizarre, unnatural way. The weirdest part was how it seemed to glow, not like a flashlight or phone screen, more like how those white clothes glow under black light, but we were outside. The moonlight shouldn't have made anything look like that. And the movement, it was like watching someone on a video played at half speed. Each skip seemed to hang in the air too long, defying gravity. I stood frozen for a good 30 seconds, just watching. The figure was moving away from us down the street. I remember thinking maybe it was a teenager playing around, or someone in a costume. Halloween was coming up after all, but something in my gut told me this wasn't normal. "Hello," I called out. My voice sounded strange even to me, too high-pitched. "Is someone there?" No response. The figure just kept moving, skipping in that slow, floating way. I called out again, louder this time. "Hey, can you hear me?" Nothing. No acknowledgement, no change in direction or speed, just that same rhythmic, impossible movement. That's when I noticed Bella. She was pressed against my leg, something she never does on walks. Her tail was completely tucked between her legs, and she was making this low, whimpering sound I'd never heard from her before. Her ears were flattened back, and she was trembling. Actually, trembling. I've had Bella for 4 years, through thunderstorms, fireworks, and even when a coyote approached us once in the park. She's never shown fear like this, never. She's the dog that other dog owners complain about because she's too eager to approach strangers and other animals. Seeing her react that way made the hair on my arms stand up. If I was hallucinating or imagining things, why was my dog terrified? She was seeing something too, and whatever it was frightened her more than anything in her life had ever done. I didn't need any more convincing. I turned around immediately, tugging Bella's leash. She didn't need encouragement. She was already trying to pull me back the way we came. I started walking quickly, not quite running, but moving faster than normal. Every few steps I looked back over my shoulder. The figure never turned or changed direction. It just kept moving away, that strange skipping motion continuing at the same pace. Another thing that struck me was the complete absence of sound. Even at that distance on a quiet night, you should hear footsteps, especially if someone's skipping. But there was nothing, just total silence, except for Bella's panting and my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. We took the long way home, sticking to the brightest, most well-lit streets. Bella stayed pressed against my leg the entire time, still trembling occasionally. She kept looking behind us too, which only made me more paranoid. When we finally got home, I locked the door immediately and checked all the windows. Bella wouldn't settle down. She kept pacing between windows, whining softly. I finally coaxed her onto the couch with me, and we just sat there with the TV on for background noise until we both eventually fell asleep around 3 in the morning. The next day, I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe it was just someone jogging in reflective gear, but that wouldn't explain the slow motion movement or the complete silence. A hologram or projection in a residential neighborhood at midnight, a prank. But who would go to such lengths? I even considered that I might have been overtired and hallucinated the whole thing. But Bella's reaction was real. She wouldn't eat breakfast the next morning, completely unprecedented for her, and she refused to go out the back door for her morning bathroom break. It took me almost an hour to coax her outside, and even then, she did her business right by the door and scrambled back inside. Over the next few days, I changed our walking route completely. I started driving to the public park 3 miles away during daylight hours. Bella gradually returned to her normal self, though she still gets anxious when we're outside after dark. About a week later, I worked up the courage to ask a couple of neighbors if they'd seen anything strange. Most gave me weird looks, but one older woman who's lived here since the community was built hesitated before answering. She asked exactly where I'd seen the figure, and when I told her, she got this look on her face I can't really describe, like she wasn't surprised but wasn't happy to hear it either. She told me that before Oak Ridge Estates was built, the land was mostly farmland, but the specific area where the newer section now stands used to be an old cemetery from the early 1800s. According to her, the developers claimed they relocated all the graves before construction, but there were rumors they didn't move all of them, especially those without proper headstones or in unmarked areas. I'm not saying I believe in ghosts or anything supernatural. I'm a healthcare professional. I deal in facts and science, but I know what I saw, and more importantly, I know what Bella experienced. Animals don't lie, and they don't imagine things. Since that night, I've done some research on local history. The woman's story about the cemetery checks out. There are even old newspaper articles from when construction first started, with some community protests about disturbing the burial grounds. I've tried to find logical explanations, light reflections, neighborhood pranksters, even some kind of rare atmospheric phenomenon. Nothing fits what we experienced. The figure was too defined, the movement too deliberate, the silence too complete. What bothers me most is that I can't shake the feeling that if I had kept walking forward instead of turning around, something worse would have happened. I don't know why I feel that way, but the thought makes my stomach turn. I still live in Oak Ridge Estates, still walk Bella every day, but never again in that section of the neighborhood after dark. Sometimes when we're out during the day, Bella will stop and stare down that street, the fur on her back slightly raised. She won't go near it even now. I don't have any grand conclusion or explanation. I just know what I saw that night was real, and it wasn't something that should exist in our normal world. The image of that glowing figure, skipping in slow motion down the empty street, is burned into my memory. Sometimes I dream about it, always the same scene. The figure skipping away, never turning around, moving in that impossible way. Has anyone else experienced something like this? Am I crazy for still being shaken up about it 2 months later? I need to know I'm not alone in this. Story 13. I've never told this story to anyone outside my immediate family and closest friends. Even now, typing this out makes my hands shake a little. I'm 32 now, but I still think about what happened sometimes, especially when I'm alone in an empty house. I grew up in Misty Fern, one of those neighborhoods where everyone knows everyone else's business. Our house was a modest brick bungalow, nothing fancy, but it was home. The summer I turned 13 was unusually hot. I remember because I spent most of my days inside reading books in my bedroom, directly under the ceiling fan, trying to escape the heat. It was early July, around 2 in the afternoon. My parents were both at work, and my younger brother was at summer camp. I was sprawled across my bed reading The Outsiders for the 3rd time when I heard what sounded like a muffled boom from somewhere nearby. I didn't think much of it. Could have been a car backfiring, someone dropping something heavy, or kids setting off leftover 4th of July fireworks. I just turned the page and kept reading. About 20 minutes later, our phone rang. This was back in 2003, so we still had a landline that rang throughout the house. I ran downstairs, slightly annoyed at being interrupted during the best part of my book. "Hello," I answered, twisting the spiral cord around my finger. "Sarah, it's Mrs. Blackwood. She was my mom's friend who lived a few streets over. Are your parents home?" "No, I'm by myself right now." "Oh dear." Her voice sounded worried. "Well, I just heard on our police scanner that there was a gun fired at the Reynolds house next door to you. Police and ambulance are on their way. Are you okay?" My stomach dropped. The Reynolds lived in the white 2-story house directly to our right. Mr. Reynolds owned a bar downtown called the Watering Hole, and his elderly mother lived with him and his wife, Fern. "I'm fine," I said, suddenly remembering the boom I'd heard earlier. I heard something, but I thought it was just I was cut off by the sound of sirens in the distance, getting louder by the second. "Sarah, honey, stay inside and lock the doors," Mrs. Blackwood instructed. "I've already called your mum, and she's on her way home." I hung up and went to the living room window. Through the blinds, I could see 3 police cars and an ambulance pulling up in front of the Reynolds house. Their lights were flashing, but the sirens had stopped. I watched as officers jumped out of their vehicles and rushed inside. I know I should have stayed put, but curiosity got the better of me. I unlocked our front door and stepped onto the porch, keeping to the side where our large rhododendron partially obscured me from view. More neighbors were starting to emerge from their homes, gathering in small clusters on the sidewalk, whispering and pointing. That's when I saw Mrs. Reynolds. Not Fern, but the older Mrs. Reynolds, Mr. Reynolds' mother. She was being held back by a female police officer while trying to get back into her house. Her normally perfectly styled silver hair was disheveled, and she was screaming so loudly I could hear her clearly from our porch. "Let me see her, please, let me see my Fern. She can't be gone." A chill ran through me despite the summer heat. The pieces clicked together in my 13-year-old mind. The boom I'd heard was a gunshot, and somehow Fern Reynolds was dead. More emergency vehicles arrived. I watched as they brought out a stretcher with a body bag. Mrs. Reynolds collapsed to her knees on the front lawn, wailing in a way I'd never heard a human being cry before. It was raw, primal grief that made my skin crawl. My mom's car screeched into our driveway minutes later. She rushed over to me, checking me over as if I might be injured, then pulled me back inside our house. "What happened?" I asked, my voice small. Mom sat me down at the kitchen table. "Sarah, Mrs. Reynolds, Fern, she..." Mom paused, clearly trying to decide how much to tell me. "She took her own life today." "Why would she do that?" I couldn't comprehend it. Fern always seemed nice, if a bit quiet, when I'd see her gardening or getting the mail. My mom sighed. "Grown-up problems, honey. Mr. Reynolds hasn't been a good husband to her. He's been seeing other women from his bar. Fern found out, and I guess it was too much for her to handle." I later learned from neighborhood gossip that Fern had used Mr. Reynolds' shotgun. She'd done it at the top of the stairs, apparently so her mother-in-law would find her when she returned from grocery shopping. The older Mrs. Reynolds had been the one to discover her body and call 911. Mr. Reynolds hadn't even been home. He was at his bar. The Reynolds house stood empty after that. Mr. Reynolds and his mother moved to Florida about a month later. He sold the bar, and they just left, like they were trying to escape what had happened. The house remained vacant for almost 4 years. Kids at school said it was haunted, of course, but I didn't believe in that stuff. I was a practical teenager by then. In my junior year of high school, a new family finally moved in, the Parkers. They had 2 daughters, Lily, who was a year younger than me, and Madison, who was the same age as me. Madison and I quickly became friends after being partnered for a chemistry project. She was cool, into the same music and books as me. We started hanging out regularly, and I found myself spending time in the Reynolds' old house without giving much thought to its history. Until homecoming night, senior year, Madison and I were getting ready at my house. We'd both bought new dresses and spent hours doing our hair and makeup. We were supposed to meet our dates at the school gym at 7 o'clock. As we were about to leave, Madison suddenly panicked. My ID. I left my student ID at home, and they won't let us in without them. She looked at the clock. We were already running late. I'll run and get it, I offered. Your house is literally next door, and you'll mess up your hair if you go. Where is it? On my desk, I think, or maybe my nightstand. Madison handed me her house key. The front door sticks a bit. You have to push hard. Her parents had taken Lily to a soccer tournament for the weekend, so the house would be empty. I slipped on my flip-flops instead of my heels and jogged over. The sun was just setting, casting long shadows across the lawn. I remember thinking how normal the house looked now, with its fresh paint and new landscaping. Nothing like the scene of tragedy I'd witnessed 4 years earlier. I unlocked the door and pushed hard like Madison had instructed. It swung open with a creak. The house was completely dark inside. The Parkers must have a timer for their lights that hadn't clicked on yet. I felt along the wall for the light switch, but couldn't find it. Rather than waste time searching, I decided to just head upstairs, using the light from my flip phone to guide me. The moment I stepped into the foyer, I felt a dramatic drop in temperature. It was like walking into a freezer after being in the summer heat. I told myself it was just their air conditioning, but something felt off. The cold had a heaviness to it that made the hair on my arms stand up. I pushed aside my unease and made my way up the stairs, my phone casting eerie blue light on the walls. Madison's room was the second door on the right, formerly the master bedroom where Mr. and Mrs. Reynolds had slept. I found the light switch this time and flipped it on. Her room looked like a typical teenage girl's room, posters of bands on the walls, clothes scattered on the floor, makeup strewn across her vanity. I spotted her student ID on the nightstand and grabbed it, eager to get out of there. As I turned to leave, I felt that strange cold again, even more intense now. The temperature seemed to drop another 10 degrees in seconds. My breath actually fogged in front of my face. That's when I knew I wasn't alone. A prickling sensation crawled up my spine, the feeling of being watched. Slowly, I turned around. At the doorway stood a woman. She was maybe in her 30s, with shoulder-length brown hair and pale skin. She wore a floral dress I immediately recognized as something from the early 2000s. She was slightly translucent. I could see the hallway light fixture dimly through her torso, but the most unsettling thing was her expression. She was smiling at me, not in a threatening way, but with a gentle, almost relieved look. She raised her hand and waved, like she was greeting an old friend. My whole body went rigid with fear. This was Fern Reynolds. I knew it immediately, even though I'd only seen her a handful of times when she was alive. I stood frozen, clutching Madison's ID so tightly my knuckles turned white. A part of my brain, the part not paralyzed by terror, remembered my manners. My mum had raised me to be polite after all. "Hello," I stammered, my voice barely audible. Fern's smile widened. She didn't speak, but her head tilted slightly, as if she was curious about me. Then she gestured with her hand, beckoning me to come closer. That broke my paralysis. I bolted for the door, which meant running straight toward her. As I approached, she simply faded to the side, like mist being blown by wind. I felt a blast of cold air as I passed through the space where she had been standing. I didn't stop running. I flew down the stairs, nearly tripping in my haste, and burst out the front door. I didn't even bother to lock it behind me. I sprinted across both our lawns and didn't stop until I was inside my car, where Madison was waiting. "Jesus, what took you so—" Madison started, then stopped abruptly when she saw my face. "Sarah, you're white as a ghost. What happened?" I couldn't speak. I just handed her the ID with a trembling hand and started the car. "You saw her, didn't you?" Madison whispered. I turned to look at her, confused. "Fern," Madison said quietly. "You saw Fern." My blood ran cold. "How did you know?" Madison looked down at her hands. "Because I've seen her too, many times. She's always at the top of the stairs or in my parents' room. The first time I screamed so loud my parents came running. They thought someone had broken in. When I told them what I saw, they didn't believe me. They still don't." "Why didn't you warn me?" I demanded, my voice shaking. "Would you have believed me?" Madison asked simply. "And anyway, she's not evil or anything. She's just there. Sometimes I feel like she's just lonely." "Does Lily see her too?" Madison nodded. "We don't talk about it much. We just live with it. Please don't tell anyone, Sarah. My parents would freak if they knew people were talking about our haunted house." I promised I wouldn't, and I've kept that promise until now. Madison and I went to the dance that night, but my mind was elsewhere. I couldn't stop thinking about Fern's face, not scary or vengeful, but almost peaceful, welcoming even. After graduation, Madison's family moved away, and new people bought the house. I've often wondered if they've experienced anything strange. I drive by sometimes when I visit my parents, and I always look up at the window of what used to be Madison's room, half expecting to see a figure watching from behind the glass. I don't know why Fern's spirit stayed in that house. Maybe she's tied to the place where her life ended so tragically. Maybe she's waiting for something or someone. All I know is that in that moment when our eyes met, I didn't sense any malice from her, just a profound sadness and perhaps a desire for connection. I still don't know if I believe in ghosts, not really, but I know what I saw that night. And sometimes, when I'm alone in a quiet house and feel a sudden chill, I can't help but wonder if Fern is nearby, still waving, still smiling, still waiting for someone to wave back. Story 14. I've been hesitating to share this for a long time. It's been over 15 years since it happened, but I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I'm not someone who believes in ghosts or the supernatural. At least I wasn't before this happened. I've always been practical, the type who needs proof before believing in anything. But what happened that night in 2007 changed everything for me, and I still don't have a logical explanation. My father passed away in the summer of 2006 after battling lung and heart problems for years. He was my rock, my hero, the kind of dad who'd drop everything to help you fix your car at 3 in the morning if you needed it. During the last few years of his life, he needed oxygen constantly. He had this golden love seat in our living room that basically became his chair. Every Saturday, our whole family would gather at my house in Buffalo for dinner, and Dad would sit there with his oxygen tank at his feet, watching the grandkids play and joining in our conversations. That chair was so much his spot that none of us sat in it for months after he died. It just felt wrong somehow. About 8 months after Dad's funeral, I injured my back severely. I'm talking excruciating pain that made it impossible to climb the stairs to my bedroom. The doctor prescribed some heavy-duty pain medication and told me to rest. I ended up camping out on the living room couch because it was the only place I could somewhat get comfortable. and I didn't have to deal with stairs. One night in March, I remember it was a Friday because my daughter Jennifer was out with friends. I was drifting in and out of sleep on the couch. The pain meds made me feel foggy, but I wasn't fully asleep. The house was completely quiet, except for the occasional creak of the old heating system. It must have been around 1 in the morning when I heard it. "Donna, you're going to be okay. You're going to get through this." The voice was so clear, so familiar, that I opened my eyes immediately. There, sitting in his golden chair, was my father. Not some vague shape or shadow. It was him, looking exactly as he did before he got really sick. He had his oxygen tank next to his feet, and he was wearing the flannel shirt my mom had bought him for Christmas the year before he died. He looked solid, not transparent like you'd expect a ghost to be. His eyes were kind, watching me with that same expression of concern he always had when any of us were sick or hurting. My first thought wasn't fear, it was confusion. I blinked hard, expecting him to disappear. He didn't. He just sat there looking at me with such love that I felt tears well up in my eyes. I wanted to say something, to reach out to him, but I couldn't move. It was like I was frozen in place. After what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds, I closed my eyes tight. I told myself it was just the medication playing tricks on my mind. I'd been thinking about Dad a lot lately, wishing he was around to help me through this injury, like he always helped me through tough times. So my brain was just giving me what I wanted to see, right? When I opened my eyes again, the chair was empty. I eventually drifted back to sleep, still trying to rationalize what I'd seen. By morning, I'd almost convinced myself it was definitely just a vivid hallucination from the pain meds. I didn't tell anyone about it. How could I without sounding crazy? My daughter Jennifer came home late that night, probably around 2 in the morning. She was 22 at the time and had been out with friends. I heard her come in, but I was too groggy from the medication to fully wake up and say hello. I just assumed she'd gone straight to her bedroom upstairs. The next morning, I was sitting at the kitchen table, sipping coffee and trying to find a position that didn't make my back scream in pain. Jennifer came downstairs looking pale and tired. I figured she was just hungover from the night before and teased her about forgetting to turn off the porch light when she came in. She gave me this strange look and sat down across from me. "Mom," she said, her voice quiet. I didn't forget. I was actually trying to get inside as fast as possible. Something in her tone made me put my coffee down. "What do you mean? Did something happen?" She hesitated, running her finger around the rim of her coffee mug. "Mom, I wasn't trying to say anything, but when I got home last night, I saw Grandpa on the golden couch with his oxygen tank. He was looking at you. It really freaked me out." The coffee mug slipped from my hand and crashed onto the table, spilling everywhere. I didn't even move to clean it up. I just stared at her, feeling the blood drain from my face. "Jennifer, me too," I whispered. We both sat there in stunned silence as coffee dripped onto the floor. Jennifer hadn't been on any medication. She'd had a few drinks, but she wasn't drunk enough to hallucinate, and there's no way she could have known what I saw. I hadn't told anyone. "What exactly did you see?" I finally asked her, my voice shaking. She described entering the house and seeing my father sitting in his golden chair, wearing his flannel shirt, with the oxygen tank by his feet. She said he never took his eyes off me, not even when she walked in. She thought maybe she was seeing things because she'd had a few drinks, so she hurried upstairs and tried to forget about it. But how could we both have seen the same exact thing, down to the clothing and the oxygen tank, without having discussed it? The details matched perfectly. There was no way this was a coincidence or mass hallucination. What makes it even more unexplainable is that Jennifer didn't know I'd been thinking about Dad so much lately. I hadn't told her how much I wished he was here to help me through the pain. Yet there he was, telling me I was going to be okay. A message my daughter didn't hear because she wasn't there for that part, but she saw him in the exact same spot where I saw him earlier that night. After our conversation, Jennifer and I searched the house, looking for any possible explanation. Maybe someone had broken in and was playing a cruel joke. But nothing was disturbed. All doors and windows were locked from the inside, and who would even do something like that? We checked the security system, which showed no entries or exits during the night except for Jennifer's arrival. We considered other explanations too. Carbon monoxide poisoning can cause hallucinations, but our detector was working fine, and it seems unlikely we'd have the exact same hallucination, sleep paralysis. I might have been experiencing something like that, but Jennifer was wide awake and had just walked in the door. For weeks afterward, I had trouble sleeping in the living room. Jennifer kept checking on me throughout the night, which she tried to play off as just happening to need water or something from the kitchen. I knew she was scared, but also somewhat comforted, just like I was. The thing that still gives me chills is that neither of us felt threatened. If anything, there was something reassuring about seeing my father there, watching over me while I was in pain. It was as if he knew I needed him, and somehow he found a way to let me know he was still looking out for me. We never told the rest of the family right away. It wasn't until a few months later, at a family gathering, that my sister mentioned feeling like Dad was still with us sometimes. That's when Jennifer and I finally shared our story. Some family members were skeptical, others were fascinated, but my mother just smiled and said, "That sounds exactly like your father, still taking care of his little girl." In the years since, nothing like that has ever happened again. The golden chair eventually got moved to my mother's house after I redecorated, and neither of us has seen my father again. My back eventually healed, just like he said it would. I've spent countless hours trying to make sense of what happened that night. Was it really my father's spirit coming back to comfort me? Was it some kind of shared psychological experience triggered by grief and stress? I honestly don't know. But what I do know is that Jennifer and I both saw the same thing, independently, without suggestion from each other, and that's something I still can't explain away. Sometimes when I'm going through a difficult time, I find myself glancing over at where that golden chair used to be, half hoping to see him there again, telling me everything's going to be okay. He hasn't returned, but somehow I still feel comforted knowing that maybe, just maybe, he's still watching over us. I'm not asking anyone to believe me. I'm still not sure what I believe myself, but I know what I saw, and I know what my daughter saw, and sometimes that's enough. Story 15. I still get a chill down my spine whenever I think about that night at First Presbyterian. It's been 20 years since it happened, but sometimes I still wake up in a cold sweat, feeling like I'm 9 years old again, standing in that dark hallway, staring through that little window. Our church was this huge, intimidating stone building that had been around since 1757. The kind with stained glass windows that cast these eerie colored shadows across the pews on Sunday mornings. Everyone in town knew it, not just because it was the biggest church around, but because it had stories. My parents had been taking me there since I was born. I knew every corner of that place, the sanctuary upstairs with its massive pipe organ, the Sunday school classrooms, and the basement. The basement was where we had the fellowship hall, a small kitchen, the youth group room, and tucked away in the back corner, this tiny prayer room with just a single pew and a small altar. I first heard about the ghost from Katie during Sunday school when I was 8. She said her older brother had seen someone in the prayer room during a youth group meeting, but when he went to check, no one was there. I thought she was just trying to scare me, but then Tyler chimed in that his mom wouldn't go down there alone. More kids started sharing stories. A janitor who quit because he kept hearing voices. Choir members who felt someone watching them when they went to the bathroom alone. I was curious but didn't think much of it until our quarterly lock-in that fall. I was 9 by then. Lock-ins were when the youth groups would spend Friday night at the church. We'd play games, watch movies, eat pizza, and eventually pass out on sleeping bags in the youth room. That afternoon before the lock-in, I was helping Pastor Mike set up chairs in the fellowship hall. I don't know what made me ask, but I just blurted out, "Is there really a ghost in the prayer room?" He stopped what he was doing and looked at me for what felt like forever. Then he sighed and sat down in one of the chairs. "Emily," he said, "I don't talk about this much." He glanced around to make sure we were alone. But once, about 15 years ago, I was working late. Everyone had gone home. I went down to the basement to turn off the lights, and I saw someone in the prayer room through the window in the door. I thought maybe a church member had come in to pray, and I hadn't heard them. But when I opened the door to check on them, he paused. There was no one there. My stomach did this weird flip. Pastor Mike wasn't the type to make stuff up, but I don't want you worrying about ghosts, he added quickly. This is God's house. Nothing here can hurt you. But all I could think about was that someone, or something, was in our church. And Pastor Mike had seen it. During the lock-in that night, I couldn't stop thinking about the prayer room. We played Capture the Flag, watched a movie, ate too much pizza and candy, and by 11:30, most of the younger kids were passed out in their sleeping bags. The older kids were still whispering and giggling in the corner of the youth room. I pretended to be asleep until Mrs. Harmon, one of the chaperones, nodded off in her chair. The other chaperone, Mr. Wilson, had gone upstairs to check the doors. This was my chance. I slipped out of my sleeping bag, heart pounding so hard I was sure it would wake everyone up. I had on my pajamas, these dorky pink ones with cats on them my grandma had given me, and my feet were bare on the cold linoleum floor. The basement hallway was dimly lit with just those emergency lights that stay on all night. You know the kind. They cast this weak greenish glow that somehow makes everything look worse than total darkness. The prayer room was at the end of the hallway, past the fellowship hall and kitchen. Every step I took, the floor seemed to creak louder and the shadows seemed to stretch longer. I kept telling myself I was being stupid, that there was nothing to be afraid of, but my hands wouldn't stop shaking. That's when I first heard it, whispering. So faint I thought I was imagining it. I froze, standing there in my cat pajamas, straining to hear. It sounded like someone murmuring, but I couldn't make out any words, just this continuous soft sound, like rustling leaves. "Hello?" I whispered, immediately regretting it. My voice sounded so loud in the quiet hallway. No answer, but the whispering continued. I should have turned back. Every instinct was screaming at me to run back to my sleeping bag. But I was 9, and curiosity is a powerful thing when you're a kid. The whispering got louder as I approached the prayer room, and by the time I reached the door, I could tell it was definitely coming from inside. It wasn't just one voice, but several, overlapping each other. Not angry or scary, just persistent, like a bunch of people having quiet conversations all at once. The door to the prayer room was this heavy wooden thing with a small rectangular window at eye level. Well, adult eye level. I had to stand on my tiptoes to see through it. I reached for the doorknob first and turned it. Locked. That was weird because the prayer room was never locked. I tried again, jiggling the handle. Definitely locked. So I stretched up on my toes and peered through the window. The prayer room was dimly lit, but not by any light I recognized. There was this soft, bluish glow that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere. And kneeling at the altar, head bowed, was a figure. At first I thought someone had snuck in there to pray, maybe one of the older kids or Mr. Wilson. But then I realized I could see the altar through them, not like behind them, through them. They were sort of misty, like fog shaped into a person. I couldn't make out if it was a man or woman. They wore old-fashioned clothes like from a history book. The whispering was coming from them, but their lips weren't moving. Or maybe they were, I couldn't really tell. That's when it hit me. I was looking at a ghost, a real, actual ghost. My entire body went cold, like I'd been dunked in ice water. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't even blink. I just stood there, frozen, staring at this impossible thing through the window. Then the whispering stopped. All at once, complete silence. The figure slowly raised its head. I dropped down below the window, pressing my back against the door, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I covered my mouth with my hand to keep from screaming. 10 seconds passed. 20. 30. Nothing happened. Slowly, I gathered every bit of courage I had and raised myself just enough to peek through the window again. The room was empty. The bluish light was gone, replaced by the normal dim glow of the night lights. The altar stood there, bare and ordinary, the single pew empty, but the air felt different, heavier, like the atmosphere before a thunderstorm, and I had this overwhelming sense that I wasn't alone in that hallway anymore. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel it. Eyes on me, watching, waiting. The hair on my arms stood up, and my skin prickled with goosebumps. Whatever had been in that room was now out here, with me. I ran. I didn't care about being quiet anymore. I sprinted down that hallway like my life depended on it, convinced that something was right behind me, reaching for me. The floor was cold on my bare feet, and I slipped once, catching myself on the wall, certain that if I fell, whatever was behind me would get me. I burst into the youth room, practically diving into my sleeping bag. Mrs. Harmon stirred but didn't wake up. Some of the older kids looked over at me, but I pulled my sleeping bag over my head before they could say anything. I lay there, trembling for what felt like hours. Every sound, the building settling, someone turning over in their sleep, the heating system kicking on, made me flinch. I was certain that at any moment that figure would appear beside my sleeping bag, looking down at me with a face I couldn't bear to imagine. I must have fallen asleep eventually, because the next thing I remember is sunlight streaming through the windows and the smell of pancakes from the kitchen. Kids were getting up, rolling their sleeping bags, talking about the fun they'd had. It all seemed so normal, so ordinary, like the night before had been a bad dream. But I knew it wasn't. After breakfast, while everyone was cleaning up, I slipped away and went back to the prayer room. In the daylight, it looked completely normal, just a small, plain room with a wooden pew and a simple altar. The door was unlocked. I went inside and stood there looking around, trying to understand what I'd seen. There was nothing unusual, no strange feelings, no whispering, just a quiet, empty room. I never told anyone what happened that night. Not my parents, not my friends, not Pastor Mike. Who would believe me? And what if telling made it worse somehow? But I never went near that prayer room alone again. Even now, when I visit my hometown and drive past First Presbyterian, I feel a tightness in my chest. Sometimes I wonder who they were, what they wanted, why they were still there, praying in a church basement after all these years. But mostly I wonder if they're still there, whispering their endless prayers, and if they remember the little girl in cat pajamas who saw them 20 years ago on a cold autumn night. Story 16. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened in that apartment in Valencia. It's been almost a decade, but I can still see that lamp spinning like it was yesterday. I've never shared this story online before, but I need to get it off my chest. Back in 2015, I was 26, and in what I thought was a serious relationship with my girlfriend Mia. We'd been dating for about 2 years when we decided to spend the summer in Valencia, Spain. I was working remotely as a software developer, and she was between jobs, so the timing seemed perfect for a 3-month adventure abroad. We found this apartment online, nothing fancy, just a small ground-floor unit in an older building about 15 minutes from the beach. It had high ceilings, tiled floors, and these massive wooden shutters on the windows that kept out the scorching Spanish summer heat. The rent was surprisingly affordable, which should have been our first clue that something was off. The weird stuff started happening almost immediately after we moved in. Nothing major at first, just little things that made us look at each other with raised eyebrows. My keys would be on the kitchen counter when I was certain I'd left them by the door. Books would be in different positions on the shelves. Mia's makeup would be arranged differently than how she left it. We kept blaming each other at first. Did you move my sunglasses? No, weren't they on the table? That kind of thing. After a couple weeks, it became a running joke between us. We started calling our roommate Paco, just some made-up name to ease the tension when something inexplicable happened. Looks like Paco rearranged the spice rack again, Mia would say, and we'd laugh it off. But deep down, it was unsettling, because we both knew neither of us was moving this stuff. About a month into our stay, things escalated. We'd come home from dinner to find all the kitchen cabinet doors wide open, every single one, or we'd wake up to find our shoes, which we'd left by the front door, neatly lined up in the hallway instead. One morning, I found all my t-shirts turned inside out in the drawer. Not just one or two, all of them. We talked about leaving, but we'd paid for the whole summer up front. And neither of us wanted to admit we were being scared off by what we tried to rationalize as an old building settling or our own forgetfulness. Besides, nothing threatening had happened, just weird stuff. Then came that night in July. It was brutally hot, even for Valencia, the kind of heat that makes your skin feel 2 sizes too small. We'd gone out for tapas and sangria, walking back to the apartment around 11 at night. The streets were still lively. That's Spain for you, but we were tired and looking forward to bed. When we got home, we did our usual routine. Locked the front door, checked that all the windows were closed. We always kept them shut and locked after finding one mysteriously open early in our stay. We drew all the curtains and blinds for privacy, which unfortunately made the bedroom even hotter. But the apartment faced a busy street, so we didn't have much choice. The bedroom had this old ceiling lamp, a simple glass dome hanging from a cord about 3 feet long. Nothing fancy or heavy, just a basic light fixture that had probably been there since the 90s. We turned it off and collapsed into bed around midnight. Despite the heat, I fell asleep almost immediately. I don't know what time it was when Mia started shaking me awake. It was pitch black in the room. That kind of darkness you only get when there's no streetlight seeping through the curtains. At first, I thought she was having a bad dream. "Jordan," she whispered, her voice tight with fear. "Jordan, wake up." "What? What is it?" I mumbled, still half asleep. She didn't say anything. She just pointed up toward the ceiling. It took my eyes a moment to adjust to the darkness. Then I saw it. The ceiling lamp was spinning, not swaying slightly or rocking back and forth like you might expect from a draft or the building settling. It was spinning in a perfect circle at a steady, deliberate speed, like someone had pushed it with purpose. I sat up, instantly awake. "What the fuck?" "It's been doing that for 5 minutes," Mia whispered. Her hand was gripping my arm so hard it hurt. We both stared at it, frozen. The lamp made no sound as it rotated, just this silent, perfect circular motion in the darkness. Round and round and round. I remember thinking it looked like it was being guided by an invisible hand. "Maybe it's a draft," I suggested. But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't. All the windows were closed. The door was shut. There was no air conditioning in the apartment, no fans running. The air in the bedroom was completely still. Stifling even, and drafts don't make things spin in perfect circles. They create irregular movements, swaying back and forth. This was different. This was controlled. I got out of bed and stood underneath the lamp, looking up at it. It kept spinning, unaffected by my presence. I reached up. I'm pretty tall, so I could almost touch it. But something stopped me. A feeling deep in my gut warned me not to interfere. "Don't touch it," Mia said, voicing what I was feeling. I got back into bed, and we just watched it, spinning and spinning and spinning. After what felt like forever but was probably only 15 minutes, it started to slow down. Gradually, the circles became smaller until finally it just stopped. Not in a natural pendulum-like way, where it would swing less and less until coming to rest. It just stopped. Like someone had grabbed it. I was exhausted, drained from the heat and the adrenaline. I remember mumbling something to Mia about talking about it in the morning, and then I passed out again. I've always been able to sleep through almost anything, a blessing and a curse. When I woke up the next morning, Mia was already out of bed, sitting at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee. She looked terrible, pale, with dark circles under her eyes. She hadn't slept at all after the lamp incident. "You okay?" I asked, though it was obvious she wasn't. "Fine," she said flatly, "just tired." We didn't talk about what happened. Not really. I made some joke about Paco getting more creative, but Mia didn't laugh. She just gave me this look that shut me up immediately. For the rest of the day, there was this tension between us. I wanted to brush it off, to find some logical explanation. Maybe the building had shifted. Maybe there had been an earthquake tremor we didn't feel. Maybe the heat had made us hallucinate, but Mia couldn't let it go. I'd catch her staring at the ceiling lamp throughout the day. She refused to go into the bedroom alone. That night, she suggested we sleep in the living room, and I didn't argue. The weird thing is, after that night, the activity in the apartment seemed to stop. No more moved objects, no more rearranged items. It was like whatever had been playing with us had made its grand finale with the lamp and then moved on. We never fully relaxed in that apartment again, though. We started spending more time out exploring, coming home only to sleep. And even then, Mia would always check the ceiling lamp before getting into bed, making sure it was completely still. When summer ended, we returned to the States. Our relationship had been strained ever since that night, though neither of us would admit it was because of what happened in Valencia. We broke up that fall, citing the usual reasons: growing apart, wanting different things. But I always wondered if that apartment, that night, had broken something between us that couldn't be fixed. I didn't see or speak to Mia for 8 years after we broke up. Then, last year, we ran into each other at a mutual friend's wedding. We ended up talking until the early hours, catching up on our lives. She was engaged to someone else now, happy, settled. After a few drinks, when everyone else had gone to bed, I finally asked the question that had been haunting me for years. "Do you remember that night in Valencia, with the lamp?" Her reaction was instant. The color drained from her face, and she set down her glass with a shaky hand. "Yes," she said quietly. "That was so fucking scary." We looked at each other, and in that moment, I knew she'd been carrying it with her all these years too. The memory of watching something impossible happen in front of our eyes. "I've tried to explain it," she told me. "I've researched everything from air pressure phenomena to seismic activity in the region. Nothing explains it. Nothing explains how a lamp could spin in a perfect circle in a closed room with no air current." "I know," I said. "I've done the same." We talked about it for hours that night, dissecting every detail we could remember. It was cathartic in a way, finally acknowledging the elephant that had been sitting between us for years. Before we parted ways the next morning, she told me something that still makes my skin crawl. She said that in the months after Valencia, she'd started having recurring nightmares about the lamp. But in her dreams, when she looked up at the spinning light, she could see something holding on to it, something she couldn't quite make out, but that she knew wasn't human. I still think about that apartment in Valencia, about what might have been there with us that summer. I've never experienced anything like it before or since, but sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I find myself looking up at the ceiling, half expecting to see something move on its own, and I wonder if whatever was in that apartment is still there, playing its games with some other unsuspecting couple who thought they found a good deal on a summer rental. To this day, I can't explain what happened, but I know what I saw, and I know I wasn't alone in seeing it. Story 17. I've never really believed in the paranormal. Sure, I'd watch horror movies and get spooked like anyone else, but I always chalked it up to imagination and Hollywood effects. That changed last month on what started as a completely ordinary Wednesday afternoon. I work from home most days as a software developer, which gives me the flexibility to be around for my daughter Emma, who's 6. My wife Julie works at the hospital and has longer shifts, so it's often just Emma and me in our two-story suburban home. We've lived here for about 4 years now, and it's been a great place to raise a kid. Quiet neighborhood, good schools, nothing out of the ordinary. That day, I was sitting at our kitchen table with my laptop, trying to fix a particularly annoying bug in some code I'd been working on. The kitchen is my favorite place to work. Good natural light, coffee within reach, and I can keep an ear out for Emma. Our house has a pretty simple layout. The kitchen table sits directly below our upstairs living room, where Emma was playing with her Legos. I could hear her talking to herself up there, making different voices for her Lego people as she built some elaborate creation. From where I sat, I had a clear view of the hallway that runs between the bottom of our staircase and the door to our home office. The underside of the staircase was to my left. It was around 3 in the afternoon, and I'd been working for a couple of hours while Emma played upstairs. I remember being completely absorbed in my work when I heard the distinct sound of footsteps coming down our wooden stairs. Nothing unusual about that. Emma often comes down to show me what she's built or to ask for a snack. I didn't look up immediately, just continued typing as I heard the footsteps reach the bottom of the stairs. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of what I assumed was Emma walking past the hallway and into our office. I saw the back of her head, her distinctive shoulder-length blonde hair, and the purple shirt she'd been wearing that day. I remember thinking she was probably going to get some paper and colored pencils from the desk in there. I kept working, expecting her to come into the kitchen afterward to show me whatever art project she was planning. But after about 30 seconds, I heard more footsteps on the stairs, heavier this time, like someone running down. This caught my attention enough to make me look up from my screen, and that's when I saw Emma, my actual daughter, running down the last few steps of the stairs, carefully holding Lego creations in both hands. "Daddy, look what I made," she said excitedly, completely oblivious to the cold wave of fear that had just washed over me. I froze, my fingers hovering over my keyboard. If Emma had just now come down the stairs, then who or what had I seen walk into the office 30 seconds earlier? I tried to stay calm, not wanting to scare her. "That's awesome, sweetie. Did you just come down the stairs now, or were you down here a minute ago?" Emma looked at me with confusion. "No, I was upstairs building. See?" She held up what looked like a multicolored Lego castle with a little flag on top. My heart was pounding in my chest. "You didn't come down earlier and go into the office?" "No, Daddy," she said, now looking concerned at my expression. "Are you okay?" I forced a smile. "I'm fine, just thought I saw something." "Hey, why don't you put your Legos on the table here and I'll take a quick look in the office?" She nodded and placed her creations carefully on the table while I stood up. My legs felt weirdly unstable as I walked toward the office. I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe it was a shadow, or maybe I was more tired than I thought, but I knew what I'd seen. It was Emma, or something that looked exactly like Emma, walking into that office. Our office is small, just a desk with a computer, some bookshelves, and a filing cabinet. There's only one door in and out. As I approached, I felt this strange reluctance to look inside, like part of me knew I wasn't going to like what I found. I pushed the door open slowly. The room was empty. No one was there. I checked behind the door, looked under the desk, even opened the closet where we keep office supplies. Nothing. Just our normal, everyday office. The window was closed and locked from the inside, so nothing could have gone out that way. I went back to the kitchen, where Emma was now arranging her Legos on the table. "Did you find what you were looking for, Daddy?" she asked innocently. "Yeah, everything's fine," I lied, not wanting to worry her. But everything wasn't fine. I knew what I'd seen. I hadn't imagined it. Someone, or something, that looked exactly like my daughter had walked into our office and then vanished. I tried to act normal for the rest of the afternoon, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. I kept glancing toward the hallway, half expecting to see that figure again. I made excuses to walk past the office several times, checking inside each time, but found nothing unusual. That night, after Emma went to bed, I told Julie about what happened. I expected her to laugh it off or tell me I was working too hard. But her reaction surprised me. "Remember when Emma was about 2, she asked quietly, how she used to wave at her closet after her naps. I did remember. For a period of several months, Emma would wake up from her naps, look at her closet, wave and say, "Bye-bye," before leaving her room. We'd always thought it was just one of those weird things toddlers do, like having imaginary friends or talking to their toys. She used to tell me about the little girl who played with her, Julie continued. I thought it was just an imaginary friend phase, but she was so consistent about it. Always described her the same way, a girl who looked just like her but didn't talk. A chill ran down my spine. Why didn't you ever mention this to me? Julie shrugged. It stopped after a few months. She outgrew it, I guess. I didn't think it was important. But now it felt incredibly important. Had some presence been in our house all this time? Had it been watching my daughter, learning to mimic her? The thought made me sick to my stomach. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept thinking about what I'd seen, trying to come up with rational explanations, but nothing made sense. I'd seen Emma's doppelganger, same height, same blonde hair, same purple shirt, and then it had vanished into thin air. The next morning, while Emma was getting ready for school, I went into the office again and searched it thoroughly. I looked for hidden panels, loose floorboards, anything that might explain what I'd seen, but there was nothing. I even set up my phone to record the hallway and office door while Emma and I were out of the house. When we returned and I checked the footage, there was nothing unusual, just an empty hallway and a closed door. For the next few days, I was on edge. I started working at the dining room table instead of the kitchen, so I could see both the stairs and the office door at the same time. I made excuses to stay close to Emma, volunteering to help with her Legos, or suggesting we play games downstairs instead of in her room. About a week after the incident, Emma and I were alone in the house again. She was coloring at the dining room table while I pretended to work beside her. At one point, she went upstairs to use the bathroom, and I felt that same uneasiness creep over me as soon as she was out of sight. I heard the bathroom door close upstairs, and then, unmistakably, I heard footsteps on the stairs. I looked up immediately, expecting to see Emma, but no one was there. The footsteps continued down the stairs, slow, deliberate steps, but there was no one visible. And then I saw it again. Just at the edge of my vision, a small figure with blonde hair walked from the bottom of the stairs toward the office. But this time, I was looking right at it, and yet somehow I couldn't quite focus on it. It was like trying to look directly at a shadow. The more I tried to see it clearly, the more it seemed to blur at the edges. A moment later, I heard the real Emma call from upstairs. "Daddy, can you help me reach the soap?" Her voice came clearly from the bathroom upstairs, while whatever I'd just seen disappeared into the office. My blood ran cold. I called back, "Coming, sweetie," and practically ran up the stairs, needing to confirm that my actual daughter was indeed in the bathroom. She was, standing on her tiptoes, trying to reach the soap dispenser on the back of the sink. I helped her wash her hands, my own hands shaking slightly. When we came back downstairs, I made an excuse to check the office again. Empty, just like before. That night, I couldn't sleep at all. I lay awake listening to every creak and groan of our house, wondering what was sharing it with us. Was it trying to replace Emma? Was it trying to lure me somehow? I had no answers, just a growing sense of dread. The next day, I started researching doppelgangers and paranormal phenomena online. Most of what I found was obviously fake, creepypasta stories and urban legends. But I did find some accounts from people who claimed to have seen doubles of their loved ones, often shortly before something bad happened to them. The thought made my stomach twist with fear. I didn't want to scare Emma, but I started asking her casual questions. "Do you ever feel like someone's watching you when you play? Or, have you seen anyone in the house that looks familiar but isn't me or Mommy? She just gave me confused looks and went back to her coloring. If she was aware of whatever was mimicking her, she didn't show it. A few days later, Julie was working a night shift, and Emma and I were having dinner in the kitchen. She asked if she could go upstairs to play after dinner, and I reluctantly agreed, not wanting her to think anything was wrong. As I was cleaning up the dishes, I heard her moving around upstairs, the familiar sound of Lego pieces clicking together. Then I heard footsteps on the stairs again. This time, I immediately called out, "Emma, is that you coming downstairs?" No answer, but the footsteps continued. I dropped the plate I was washing and rushed to the bottom of the stairs. There was no one there, but I could still hear the footsteps, now moving across the hallway toward the office. I followed the sound, my heart pounding in my chest. The office door was open, though I was sure I'd closed it earlier. I stepped inside and flipped on the light. The room was empty, but something caught my eye. On the desk was a piece of paper that hadn't been there before. On it was a child's drawing. Crude stick figures of what looked like two identical girls holding hands, standing next to what appeared to be our house. I heard Emma's voice from upstairs, calling down to me, "Daddy, can I have some juice?" I snatched up the drawing and stuffed it in my pocket, not wanting her to see it. "Sure, honey, I'll bring it up," I called back, my voice sounding strained even to my own ears. That night, after Emma was asleep, I showed the drawing to Julie. She turned pale when she saw it. "Emma's been telling me about her sister again," she admitted. "I thought it was just an imaginary friend coming back, but now I'm not so sure." "Her sister?" I asked, my mouth going dry. Julie nodded. "She says there's a girl who looks just like her who wants to play. I asked her where this girl comes from, and Emma said, she's always been here, she just hides sometimes." We decided to have the house blessed. We're not particularly religious, but we were desperate for solutions. A local priest came and performed a blessing ritual throughout the house, paying special attention to Emma's room and the office. For a few days afterward, things seemed quieter. No footsteps, no glimpses of Emma's double. I started to think maybe it had worked, that whatever had been in our house was gone. But yesterday, it happened again. I was alone in the kitchen, Julie was at work, and Emma was at a play date at a friend's house. The house was completely silent. Then I heard it, footsteps upstairs, right where Emma's room would be. Slow, deliberate footsteps moving across her bedroom floor, then out into the hallway, then to the top of the stairs. I stood frozen in the kitchen as the footsteps came down the stairs one by one. And then, at the bottom of the stairs, I saw her. Not just a glimpse this time, but a full, clear view. It was Emma, or something wearing her appearance like a costume. Same height, same hair, same features. But the eyes were wrong. They were too dark, too empty, too knowing for a 6-year-old. We stared at each other for what felt like an eternity. Then it smiled. A smile that was almost, but not quite, my daughter's. And then it turned and walked into the office, closing the door behind it. I couldn't move for several minutes. When I finally forced myself to check the office, it was empty, as always. Later that day, when the real Emma came home from her playdate, she ran straight upstairs to her room. A few minutes later, I heard her talking and laughing, as if she was playing with someone. When I went up to check on her, she was alone, arranging her toys in a circle on the floor. "Who were you talking to, sweetie?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. She looked up at me with a smile. "My sister," she said simply. "She says she's been waiting for me all day." I don't know what to do now. We can't move, not in this economy, not with our jobs. I've started sleeping on the floor in Emma's room, telling her it's for special daddy-daughter time. But really, it's because I'm terrified of what might happen if I leave her alone with whatever is pretending to be her. Julie thinks we should talk to a medium or paranormal investigator, but I'm afraid of making whatever this is angry or more active. For now, I'm documenting everything, setting up cameras, and trying to protect my daughter from something I can't even begin to understand. The worst part is, I'm not sure Emma needs protecting. Sometimes I catch her whispering to empty corners of rooms or waving at nothing when she thinks no one is watching. Sometimes I wonder if she knows more about what's happening than any of us, and sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder if the Emma I'm watching over at night is even my real daughter at all. Story 18. I never believed in the paranormal, like at all. Ghost stories were just something fun to tell around a campfire, and I'd laugh when my friends would get freaked out by creaky floorboards or weird shadows. All that changed last Friday night at Sarah's house, and now I'm not sure what I believe anymore. For context, I'm 17, and my girlfriend Kate has been into all this paranormal stuff for a while. She watches those ghost hunting shows, has a collection of crystals, and even owns a Ouija board that her parents don't know about. I always thought it was kind of cute how she'd get all excited about this stuff, even though I never took it seriously. Sarah's parents were out of town for the weekend, so she invited a few of us over. Me, Kate, my buddy Jason, and Sarah's friend Megan. We were just hanging out in her living room, playing video games and eating way too much pizza when Kate brought up the idea of doing a séance. Come on, guys, it'll be fun. Sarah's house is super old. There's got to be some spirits here, Kate said, already pulling out candles from her backpack. I rolled my eyes. Seriously? You actually brought supplies for this? I always come prepared, she grinned, setting up 5 white candles in a circle on Sarah's coffee table. Sarah seemed a little hesitant. I don't know. This is my parents' house. If something happens... Nothing's going to happen, I assured her, squeezing Kate's hand. We'll humor Kate for 15 minutes, and then we can go back to destroying Jason at Mario Kart. Hey, Jason protested, but he was already helping Kate move the pizza boxes to make room. I want to be clear. I went into this thinking it was just a silly game. We were all kind of laughing and making jokes as Kate instructed us to sit cross-legged around the coffee table. She lit the candles, turned off the lights, and had us all hold hands to form a circle of energy. I remember catching Jason's eye across the table and having to bite my lip to keep from laughing. We need to clear our minds and focus, Kate said, in what I guess was supposed to be a mystical voice. Should I say Om or something? Jason joked. Kate shot him a look. Just be quiet and concentrate. We sat there for a few minutes, just holding hands in the candlelight. I was honestly getting bored and thinking about what movie we should watch after this when I noticed the candle flames all suddenly growing taller at the same time. They stretched up almost 6 inches, completely still, despite the ceiling fan being on low. Did you guys see that? Megan whispered. Before anyone could answer, Kate started speaking. If there are any spirits here with us tonight, please give us a sign of your presence. Nothing happened for a few seconds, and I was about to make a joke when I felt a strange sensation, like someone had opened a window in winter. The air around us suddenly felt different, heavier somehow. Is it just me, or did it get cold? Sarah asked, voicing what I was thinking. That's normal during contact, Kate said, sounding excited. If there's a spirit with us, can you tell us your name? We waited in silence. Part of me still thought this was stupid, but another part, a part I didn't want to acknowledge, was starting to feel uneasy. I think we should stop, Sarah said quietly. This doesn't feel right. Kate looked disappointed but nodded. Okay, if there is a spirit with us, we thank you for your presence, but we're closing this circle now. You are not welcome to stay. We release you back to your realm. She blew out the candles, and Jason immediately flipped the lights back on. Well, that was anticlimactic, I said, trying to sound casual even though I felt weirdly on edge. Let's play Uno or something, Jason suggested, already pulling cards from his backpack. We tried to get back to normal, joking around as we played cards, but the room still felt off. The temperature had definitely dropped. I could see goosebumps on Kate's arms. About 20 minutes into our Uno game, Sarah got up. I'm going to check the thermostat. It's freezing in here. She walked over to the hallway where the thermostat was mounted on the wall. As she was adjusting it, there was a loud crash behind her. We all jumped, and Sarah let out a small scream. A framed family photo had fallen off the wall and shattered on the hardwood floor. "Shit, my mum loves that picture," Sarah said, bending down to pick up the frame. The glass was completely shattered. "It was probably just hung badly," I said, trying to be helpful. "Do you have a broom?" But as Sarah stood up with the broken frame, another picture fell from the wall. Then another. Within seconds, all 5 family photos that had been hanging in the hallway crashed to the floor, one after another, like dominoes. We all froze. There was no way that was normal. "Guys," Megan's voice was shaking as she pointed to the wall-mounted TV across from us. It was a large flat screen, securely mounted above the fireplace. At least, it had been secure until that moment. We watched in horror as the TV started to tilt forward, the mount creaking loudly. There was a sickening crack as the mount gave way completely, and the entire TV crashed down onto the fireplace mantel, shattering the screen before tumbling to the floor. "What the fuck?" Jason yelled, jumping to his feet. The lights started flickering, softly at first, then more erratically. Sarah was backing away from the hallway, her face pale. "This isn't funny," she said, voice trembling. "Which one of you is doing this?" None of us answered because we all knew none of us could be causing this. The coffee table where we'd done the séance began to shake violently, sending our Uno cards flying. The candles Kate had used rolled off and hit the floor. The lights went out completely, plunging us into darkness, except for the dim glow of our phone screens. The temperature dropped even further. I could see my breath in the beam of my phone's flashlight. "We need to get out of here," Kate said, her voice high with panic. All that enthusiasm for the paranormal was gone, replaced by genuine fear. We scrambled toward the back of the house where the patio doors were. I grabbed Kate's hand, pulling her along with me as Jason helped Megan and Sarah. The entire house seemed to be vibrating now. I could hear dishes rattling in the kitchen cabinets and picture frames continuing to fall from walls in other rooms. We burst through the patio doors into Sarah's backyard, gasping for breath in the warm summer night air. The contrast between the freezing house and the mild evening was jarring. We stood there, staring back at the dark house, half expecting something to come charging out after us. "What the hell was that?" Jason finally asked, his voice cracking. Kate was shaking beside me. I think whatever we contacted didn't leave when we ended the séance." "This is your fault." Sarah turned on Kate, tears streaming down her face. "My parents are going to kill me about the TV. What am I supposed to tell them?" "I'm sorry," Kate whispered. "I didn't think anything would actually happen." We stood in the yard for at least half an hour, debating what to do. None of us wanted to go back inside, but we couldn't just leave everything like that either. Sarah was panicking about her parents coming home to a destroyed living room. "I'll go back in and check," I finally offered, trying to sound braver than I felt. "Jason, come with me?" Jason looked like he wanted to say no, but he nodded reluctantly. We approached the patio doors cautiously, phone flashlights aimed ahead of us. The house was completely silent now. "Hello?" I called out, feeling ridiculous but terrified at the same time. Is something there?" No response. We stepped inside, the floors creaking under our feet. The air was still cold, but not as frigid as before. I flipped the light switch, half expecting nothing to happen, but the lights came back on, revealing the destruction. The TV was smashed on the floor, glass everywhere. Picture frames were scattered across the hallway. Our Uno game was strewn across the room, but nothing was moving anymore. Whatever had happened seemed to be over. "I think it's okay now," I called back to the girls, who were watching anxiously from the patio. They came in cautiously, Sarah immediately going to examine the broken TV. "My parents are going to freak out," she moaned. "That TV cost like $2,000. We spent the next hour cleaning up, trying to come up with a plausible explanation for the TV. We finally decided to tell her parents that we were playing with a football inside. Stupid, I know, and it hit the mount. It was a weak excuse, but better than "we summoned something during a séance that destroyed your house." None of us slept that night. We all stayed in the living room together, lights on, talking in hushed voices about what had happened. Kate kept apologizing, saying she'd never experienced anything like that before. "Do you think we should, I don't know, do something to make sure it's really gone?" Megan asked around 3 in the morning. "No," the rest of us answered in unison. "We're not messing with that again," I added firmly. "Whatever happened, it's over now." And it seems like it was. To my knowledge, there hasn't been any more paranormal activity at Sarah's house since that night. Her parents were mad about the TV, but believed our football story, more or less. Kate and I have talked about it a lot since then. She's put away her Ouija board and doesn't talk about ghosts anymore. Sometimes when we're alone, she'll admit how terrified she was, how she felt something cold brush against her back as we ran out of the house. I still don't know exactly what happened that night. Maybe it was some kind of freak electrical surge that affected the house, or maybe we actually contacted something. All I know is that I'm never participating in a séance again, and I'm a lot less quick to dismiss ghost stories these days. I still get chills thinking about how those picture frames fell one after another, like something was moving down the hallway, knocking them down as it went. And sometimes, when I'm at Sarah's house and walk past that hallway, I swear I can feel the temperature drop just a little. Story 19. I still get chills thinking about what happened to my family back in 1993. We lived in a small village in Maharashtra, where everyone knew everyone, and life moved slowly with the seasons. My name is Rajesh, and I was just a simple farmer then, working our ancestral land like my father and his father before him. My wife Priya and our 2 children, Amit, who was 7, and Meena, just 5, were my whole world. We didn't have much, but we had enough, and our little mud and brick home felt like paradise after a long day working in the fields. The monsoon season had just ended, and the evenings were getting cooler. That particular day in October had been exhausting. I'd been preparing the fields for the winter crop, and my back ached from hours of labor. The sun was setting as I walked home along the dirt path that connected our fields to the village. The sky was painted orange and purple. I remember it clearly because it was the last normal sunset I would enjoy for months. I was about half a kilometer from home when I first saw her. A woman stood by the large banyan tree where the path curves near the old well. She wore a white sari that seemed to glow against the darkening sky. At first, I thought nothing of it, probably someone from the neighboring village waiting for family. But something felt off. She was completely still, and her head was slightly bowed. As I got closer, I noticed she seemed distressed. Her hands were clasped tightly in front of her. Being raised to always offer help, especially to women traveling alone at dusk, I called out, "Namaste, sister. Are you all right? Do you need assistance?" She didn't respond, but I felt her awareness of me. I was about 10 steps away when she slowly raised her head. I couldn't make out her face clearly in the fading light, but something about her eyes made my blood run cold. They looked hollow. That's the only way I can describe it. I blinked, and she was gone. Just gone. Not running away, not hiding behind the tree, simply vanished. I stood frozen, my heart pounding. I looked around frantically, thinking maybe my tired mind was playing tricks. I even walked around the banyan tree, checking if she had somehow slipped behind it, but there was nobody there. When I finally reached home, Priya noticed something was wrong immediately. She knows me too well. After the children went to sleep on their mats in the small room we had partitioned off with a cotton curtain, I told her what I'd seen. "You're exhausted, Rajesh," she said, placing her warm hand on mine. "You've been working since before sunrise. Your mind is playing tricks, that's all." I wanted to believe her, but something deep inside me knew this was different. Still, I nodded and tried to push the incident from my mind. That night, I woke up suddenly around 2 in the morning. Our house was silent, except for the gentle breathing of my family. But I could have sworn someone had whispered my name right into my ear, Rajesh. It was barely audible, like the rustle of dry leaves, but distinct. I sat up, my heart hammering against my ribs. The house was dark, except for the faint moonlight filtering through our small window. Nothing seemed out of place, yet everything felt wrong. I convinced myself it was just the wind, or a dream lingering in my mind. I lay back down beside Priya, who slept peacefully, unaware of my racing thoughts. The next few days passed normally, and I almost convinced myself that the woman by the road had been a figment of my imagination. Almost. Then the strange things began. It started with cold spots in our home. Our house wasn't large, just 2 rooms and a small kitchen area, but suddenly certain corners became inexplicably cold, even during the warm afternoon sun. The corner near our water storage pot was the worst. Walking past it felt like stepping into winter, even though it was still relatively warm outside. Then came the whispers. More frequent now. They would come when I was alone in the field, working with my back to the village. Rajesh. Sometimes it sounded like it was right behind me, making me whirl around, machete in hand, only to find empty air. Other times it seemed to come from the distance, carried on the wind. I didn't tell Priya at first. She had enough to worry about with managing the house and caring for the children. But then Amit started acting strange. Our normally cheerful, energetic boy became quiet and anxious, especially in the evenings. One afternoon, when I returned from the fields earlier than usual, I found him sitting in the corner of our main room, staring at the empty doorway. "What are you looking at, Beta?" I asked. His response made my skin crawl. "The lady in white, Papa. She stands there and watches us when you're not home." I tried to keep my voice steady. "What lady, Amit? There's no one there." "She comes and goes," he said matter-of-factly. "Meena sees her too. She doesn't talk, but she looks sad." That night, I told Priya everything, about the whispers, the cold spots, and now what Amit had said. The worry lines deepened on her forehead as she listened. "Perhaps we should have Pandit Sharma come and bless the house," she suggested, her voice strained with concern she was trying to hide. Before we could decide, things escalated dramatically. It was about 15 days after my initial encounter with the apparition. We were sitting down for our evening meal, a simple dal and rice with some pickled vegetables Priya had prepared. The children were unusually quiet, and even Priya seemed on edge, though she tried to hide it with forced smiles. Suddenly, the room temperature plummeted. Our breaths came out in visible puffs, as if it were the coldest winter night, not an autumn evening in Maharashtra. The single oil lamp that lit our dinner flickered violently, casting monstrous shadows on our mud walls. The shadows seemed to move independently of us, stretching and contracting in ways that defied explanation. Meena started crying first, softly at first, then building to frightened sobs. "She's here, Mama," she whimpered, pointing to the empty corner behind me. "She's angry." Amit sat rigid, his eyes wide with terror, staring at the same spot. "Don't look at her, Meena," he whispered. I turned slowly, dreading what I might see, but the corner appeared empty to me. Yet I could feel it. A presence, heavy and suffocating. The air felt thick, like trying to breathe through wet cotton. Then the whisper came again, but this time it wasn't just my name. "Help me, please help me." It sounded like it was coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. Priya grabbed the children and pulled them close to her. "Rajesh," she said, her voice trembling. "We need to leave, now." But I couldn't move. Something held me there, rooted to the spot, a crushing weight pressed down on my chest. The lamp flickered one final time and went out, plunging us into darkness. What happened next is difficult to describe. In the darkness, I felt cold fingers brush against my cheek, not aggressively, but with a gentleness that was somehow more terrifying. A soft sobbing filled the room, the heartbreaking sound of a woman in profound grief. I fumbled to relight the lamp with shaking hands. When the flame finally caught, the presence was gone. But something had changed. There was a heaviness in our home that hadn't been there before, as if sorrow itself had seeped into the walls. That night none of us slept. We huddled together on our sleeping mats, the children between Priya and me, listening to every creak and rustle in the darkness. By morning, I'd made up my mind. I needed help beyond what Pandit Sharma could provide with his prayers and incense. I went to see Arjun, the oldest man in our village. At 83 years old, he was a living repository of our village's history. I found him sitting outside his small house, smoking his clay pipe in the morning sun. I told him everything, half expecting him to dismiss me as superstitious or overtired. Instead, he nodded gravely, his wrinkled face somber. I was wondering when someone would encounter Meera again, he said, his voice rough from decades of smoking. It's been almost 20 years since the last incident. Meera? I asked, feeling a chill despite the warm morning sun. Arjun sighed deeply and set his pipe aside. Meera was a young woman from the neighboring village. Beautiful, they say, and newly married. This was before you were born, in the early 1950s. He went on to tell me how Meera had been traveling to visit her parents one evening when she was attacked near the old banyan tree, the exact spot where I had seen the woman in white. Her body was found the next day, partially hidden in the undergrowth. Her killers were never caught. Since then, Arjun continued, there have been stories. People seeing a woman in a white sari near the banyan tree, especially during October, the month of her death. Some say she's looking for her killers, others believe she's trying to warn travelers of danger. But why is she in my home? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Why is she frightening my children? Arjun's rheumy eyes fixed on mine. Perhaps because you saw her, you acknowledged her, in a way, you invited her to follow you. How do I make it stop? I pleaded. You need to help her find peace, he said simply. Her spirit remains restless because justice was never served. He instructed me to go to the spot where I'd seen her at twilight, the same time of day when I'd first encountered her. I was to bring white flowers, a small clay lamp, and some of Meera's favorite sweets, jalebi according to village law. I was to leave these as offerings and speak to her directly, acknowledging her pain and promising to remember her story. That evening, with my heart in my throat, I did as Arjun had instructed. Priya wanted to come with me, but I insisted she stay with the children. This was something I needed to do alone. The sun was setting as I approached the banyan tree, casting long shadows across the path. I arranged the offerings at the base of the tree, a small bouquet of white jasmine flowers, a clay lamp that I lit with trembling hands, and a small cloth containing 3 fresh jalebis from the village sweet shop. Then I sat cross-legged before the offerings and began to speak, my voice initially quavering, but growing stronger as I continued. Meera, I said, I know what happened to you here. I know the pain and injustice you suffered. I am sorry that those who hurt you were never punished. I am sorry that you never found peace. The flame of the small lamp flickered, though there was no breeze. My family and I acknowledge your presence and your suffering. We will remember your story and share it so that others will remember too. But please, I ask that you leave our home and find your peace. My children are frightened. They have done nothing to deserve this fear. As I spoke, the air around me grew cold, the same unnatural cold that had invaded our home. I forced myself to continue despite my mounting fear. If there is something you need us to do to help you find rest, please show me in a way that won't frighten my family. Suddenly, the lamp flame shot upward, burning impossibly bright for such a small wick. In its glow, I saw her, much clearer than before. She stood on the other side of my offerings, her face young and sad. Her white sari moved gently, though there was no wind. Our eyes met, and I felt a wave of such profound sorrow that tears sprang to my eyes. Then she was gone, and the lamp returned to normal. I sat there for a long time, unsure if what I had seen was real. Finally, I gathered myself and walked home, feeling lighter somehow, as if a weight had been lifted. When I reached our house, Priya was waiting anxiously at the door. "Did it work?" she asked. "I don't know," I admitted, "but something happened." That night, for the first time in weeks, our home felt normal. The oppressive atmosphere had lifted. We slept peacefully, without whispers or cold spots. The next morning, the children seemed like themselves again, laughing and playing as they used to. For several days, everything was normal. We began to hope that whatever had followed me home had finally found peace. Then, 1 week after my vigil at the banyan tree, I found something unusual on our doorstep when I returned from the fields. A small, weathered metal box, tarnished with age. I had never seen it before. Inside was a silver anklet and a folded piece of paper with faded handwriting. The note contained names, 3 of them, written in shaky Marathi script. I took the box to Arjun, who examined the contents with trembling hands. His eyes widened as he read the names. "These men," he whispered. "They left the village shortly after Mira's death. No one knew why. They were young then, my age. If they still live, they would be old men now." Understanding dawned on me. "She was naming her killers," I said quietly. Arjun nodded slowly. Perhaps this is what she needed, for someone to know the truth. We took the box and its contents to the district police station the next day. The officer there was skeptical at first, but when Arjun explained the history and significance of the names, he promised to look into it. Whether anything would come of it after so many decades, I didn't know, but it felt right to try. That evening, as I walked home past the banyan tree, I felt a presence beside me, not threatening or cold, but peaceful. From the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of white, a sari glowing softly in the twilight. When I turned my head, there was nothing there. But I knew she had walked with me, just for those few steps. We never experienced any more disturbances in our home after that. The children stopped seeing figures in the corners. The whispers ceased. The unnatural cold vanished. Sometimes, though, when I walk past the banyan tree at dusk, I feel a gentle breeze that seems to carry a whisper of thanks. I always nod in acknowledgement, one soul to another. To this day, I don't know if the police ever followed up on those names, or if any justice was served in the conventional sense. But I believe Mira found her peace. By acknowledging her story, by bringing her truth to light, we gave her what she had been seeking all those years: to be seen, to be remembered, to have her story told, and I will never forget her. How could I? For those few terrifying weeks, our lives became intertwined in ways I still struggle to comprehend. Sometimes I wonder if she chose me specifically that evening, or if I was simply the first person in years to actually see her and stop, rather than hurrying past the haunted spot with averted eyes. I still farm the same land. My children are growing up, though they remember little of those strange events now. But whenever October comes around and the evening light takes on that particular golden hue, I leave a small offering of white flowers and sweets beneath the banyan tree, just in case. Some things defy explanation, existing in the spaces between what we know and what we feel. I don't try to convince skeptics anymore. I simply tell my story as it happened because I know what I experienced. And sometimes, on dark nights when the wind whispers through our village, I think of Mira and hope that wherever spirits go, when they finally find peace, she is there. Story 20. I've never been a believer in ghosts or spirits or whatever you want to call them. I've always been the rational one in my family, the one who rolls his eyes whenever my cousins start talking about the multo that supposedly haunts my Tita Elena's house in Barangay San Roque. They'd always say the house was built on land where Japanese soldiers tortured Filipino guerrillas during World War II, and that's why, There are restless spirits there. My mum and Tita would just laugh it off whenever the topic came up during family gatherings, saying the kids watch too many horror movies. Well, I'm not laughing anymore. Last month, my aunt and her family had to go to Batangas for my cousin's school competition. It was going to be a 3-day trip. And since I'm the only one in the family who lives nearby, I'm a sophomore at UP Diliman, they asked if I could house sit. I've stayed there plenty of times before, but always with at least one family member around. This would be my first time staying there alone. Just make sure all the doors are locked at night, my Tita Elena said as she handed me the keys. And don't forget to feed Miming. Miming is their ancient Persian cat who barely moves from her spot on the living room couch. No problem, Tita. I've got exams to study for anyway, so I'll just be in my room most of the time, I assured her. My cousin Miguel, who's 13, pulled me aside before they left. Kuya, make sure you don't stay up past midnight, he whispered, his eyes serious. That's when she comes out. I laughed and ruffled his hair. Sure, Miguel, I'll be in bed by 11, promise. But of course I didn't keep that promise. After they left that Friday morning, I spent most of the day doing normal stuff, feeding Miming, checking that all windows were secure, and playing Mobile Legends on my phone. The house is pretty big, a 2-story Spanish-inspired home with high ceilings and dark wood furnishings. It's in one of those older subdivisions where the houses are far apart and everyone has high walls and gates. Night came and I ordered Jollibee for dinner, then decided to play some more games on my laptop. Before I knew it, it was already 3 in the morning. My eyes were burning from staring at the screen for so long, so I decided to finally call it a night. The guest room where I usually stay is on the 2nd floor, at the end of the hallway. To get there, you have to pass by the small laundry balcony where my aunt hangs clothes to dry. That night, there were several items hanging. Some of my uncle's polo shirts and what looked like white dresses belonging to my younger female cousins. As I walked past, I swear I saw the clothes move, not like they were being blown by the wind. There was no wind that night. It was completely still. They moved like there were silhouettes wearing them, just for a split second. I blinked, and everything was normal again. I convinced myself it was just my tired eyes playing tricks on me and continued to my room. I took a quick shower in the attached bathroom, changed into basketball shorts and a shirt, then collapsed onto the bed. I remember checking my phone one last time. It was 3:23 in the morning, before putting it on the nightstand and falling asleep almost instantly. I don't know exactly how long I slept, but I was jolted awake by what sounded like heavy footsteps in the hallway outside my room. At first, I thought I was dreaming, but then I heard it clearly, thud, 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 like someone walking slowly, deliberately. The wooden floorboards in this old house creak with every step, and these weren't the light steps of a cat. I sat up in bed, my heart hammering in my chest. The digital clock on the nightstand read 4:27. The footsteps stopped right outside my door. Then came 3 distinct knocks. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, I called out, my voice embarrassingly shaky. No response. The rational part of my brain tried to make sense of it. Maybe someone broke in. But how? The house has a security system, and the subdivision has guards at the entrance. Plus, what kind of robber knocks on a bedroom door? I remembered that my uncle keeps a .45 caliber pistol in the drawer of the nightstand for home protection. My hands trembling, I opened the drawer and took it out, along with the butterfly knife I always carry for self-defense. Don't judge. Manila can be dangerous. I'm not great with guns, but my uncle had shown me how to use it once, just in case. 3 more knocks, louder this time. My aunt had installed CCTV cameras after a series of break-ins in the neighborhood last year. The monitor was in my room on the small desk by the window. Keeping the gun pointed at the door, I slowly made my way to the desk and switched on the monitor. The cameras showed the living room, kitchen, front yard and backyard. Everything looked normal. No signs of forced entry, no mysterious figures. Miming was asleep on her usual spot on the couch, More footsteps, heavier now, like someone pacing back and forth outside my door. I gathered all my courage and crept toward the door. There's about a 1-inch gap between the bottom of the door and the floor. I got down on my hands and knees, gun still in my right hand, and peered through the gap. What I saw makes me feel cold even now as I type this. There were feet, pale, almost greyish feet, barely covered by what looked like the hem of a white dress or gown. They weren't moving, just standing there, directly in front of my door. I scrambled backward, my heart in my throat, and almost dropped the gun. I wanted to look through the peephole to see more, but I was too terrified. What if I saw a face I couldn't unsee? Instead, I started moving furniture. I pushed the desk against the door, then added the chair for good measure. The whole time, the entity, I don't know what else to call it, remained outside, occasionally shuffling its feet. Then it started stomping, not just walking, but violently stomping up and down the hallway, like it was having some kind of tantrum. The whole house seemed to shake with each impact. This went on for what felt like hours, though the clock showed it was only about 20 minutes. All this time, I was sitting on the bed, back against the wall, gun in one hand and knife in the other, alternating between watching the door and checking the CCTV monitor. The cameras never showed anything unusual in the rest of the house, which made it even more terrifying. Whatever was in that hallway existed only there, outside my room. At some point, exhaustion must have overcome my fear, because I don't remember falling asleep. I just remember waking up around noon the next day, still clutching the gun, my back sore from sitting in the same position for hours. The first thing I did was check the CCTV footage from the night. Strangely, there was nothing unusual recorded in the hallway cameras. No figure in a white dress, no explanation for the footsteps or knocking. But I know what I heard, and I know what I saw under the door. When I finally gathered the courage to move the furniture and open the door, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Every single light in the house was on. Living room, kitchen, other bedrooms, bathrooms, except for the hallway outside my room and my room itself. I did a thorough check of the entire house. All doors and windows were still locked from the inside. Nothing was missing or out of place. Even Miming was acting normal, purring and rubbing against my legs when I went downstairs. I spent the rest of the day in a daze, jumping at every sound, keeping all the lights on and staying in the living room with the TV blaring. I didn't sleep at all that night, just sat on the couch with Miming, the gun on the coffee table in front of me. When my aunt and her family returned on Sunday afternoon, I was beyond relieved. I considered not telling them what happened. I didn't want them to think I was crazy or that I'd been doing drugs or something. But before I could decide, their neighbor, ailing Nora, came over. "Elena," she said to my aunt, "why was there a girl in a white dress pacing inside your house yesterday morning? I saw her through your window when I was watering my plants around 5 a.m. I thought you were all in Batangas." My aunt looked confused. "What girl? Only my nephew was here." She pointed at me. Ailing Nora looked at me, then back at my aunt. No, this was definitely a girl. Long black hair, white dress. She was walking back and forth in your hallway upstairs. I could see her through the window. That's when I told them everything. To my surprise, my mother, who had come to pick me up, didn't dismiss my story. Instead, she exchanged a knowing look with my aunt. Finally, my mom sighed and said, "I think it's time we told you the truth." She explained that when they were teenagers, she and my aunt had experimented with what they called kulam, Filipino witchcraft. They'd conducted seances and rituals, mostly for fun, but sometimes to try to curse people they didn't like. One particular ritual, performed in what is now my aunt's house, had apparently opened a door to the spirit world. "We thought we closed it," my aunt said quietly. "We've had the house blessed multiple times over the years, but I guess some things just don't want to leave." I was stunned. All these years of them laughing off my cousin's ghost stories, and they knew all along that something was there. Why didn't you tell me before I stayed here alone? I demanded. We thought it was dormant, my mum said. There haven't been any incidents in almost a decade. Apparently, what I experienced wasn't unique. Over the years, various family members and housekeepers had reported similar encounters. Footsteps, knocking, glimpses of a figure in white. My aunt said they believe it's an elemental spirit, not a human ghost, which is why it's been so difficult to remove. It's been a month, and I still have nightmares about those pale feet under the door. I've refused to stay at my aunt's house again, even when the whole family is there. They've since had another blessing performed by a mankukulam, a witch doctor, but I'm not taking any chances. I still don't know what would have happened if I'd opened that door that night, and I hope I never find out. Story 21. I've never told anyone the full story, not my ex-wife, not my therapist, not even my parents. They've all heard pieces. The clinical version, the one that ends with, "It's just sleep paralysis," or "It's a symptom of your bipolar disorder." But none of them know what it's really like. None of them understand that this thing has been with me for almost 20 years now, and none of them would believe me if I told them it's real. It started when I was a kid, around 10 years old. The first time it happened, I thought I was dying. I woke up in the middle of the night, but I couldn't move. Not a finger, not a toe, nothing. I was completely frozen, like my body had turned to stone while my mind was wide awake. And then I saw it, a dark figure standing in the corner of my room, just watching me. It didn't move, didn't speak, just stood there, this pitch-black silhouette against the slightly less dark backdrop of my bedroom wall. I tried to scream for my mum, but my voice wouldn't work either. I was trapped inside my own body, forced to stare at this thing that had no business being in my room after what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. It just faded away. And suddenly I could move again, gasping for air like I'd been held underwater. When I told my parents the next morning, my dad just ruffled my hair and said it was a bad dream. My mom looked it up online and told me about sleep paralysis, how your body stays asleep while your mind wakes up, and how your brain can project hallucinations during that state. It made sense, I guess. But it didn't make it any less terrifying when it happened again and again and again. The worst incident from my childhood happened when I was 10. Instead of staying in the corner, the shadow was standing right on my chest. I could feel the weight of it pressing down on me, making it almost impossible to breathe. I thought I was going to suffocate right there in my bed. When it finally disappeared and I could move again, I ran to my parents' room crying so hard I couldn't even explain what had happened. As I got older, something changed. Fear started giving way to anger. By my teens, I wasn't just scared of the shadow anymore. I was pissed off at it. Here was this thing, invading my personal space, terrorizing me, and I couldn't do a damn thing about it. Every time it appeared, I'd try to lunge at it, to grab it, to fight back somehow. But my body never cooperated. I'd be lying there, raging inside, while my physical form remained completely still. Then came my 21st birthday. I'd been up all night gaming with friends online, and I finally crashed around 6 in the morning. When I woke up a few hours later, the shadow was there, standing at the foot of my bed. The usual paralysis had set in, but something felt different this time. As I focused all my anger and will on moving, I actually managed to lift my arm toward the figure. It wasn't much, just a slight raise of my hand, but the shadow actually reacted. It took a step backward as if surprised, and then I was fully awake, able to move everything again. That was the first time I'd ever seen it respond to me. The first hint that maybe, just maybe, this wasn't just some hallucination my brain was cooking up. Something real was happening. But after that day, the shadow disappeared. For years, I didn't see it again. I almost convinced myself that maybe it had been in my head after all. Life went on. I finished college, got a decent job in IT, met Jennifer. We got married when I was 25. Things were good, normal even. I still had the occasional bout of depression or mania. I'd been diagnosed with bipolar disorder when I was 19, but with medication and therapy, I was managing it pretty well. The shadow became just a weird memory from my past, until everything fell apart. Jennifer left me 4 months ago, right after my 29th birthday. I came home from work and found her packing her things. She said she couldn't do it anymore, couldn't handle my mood swings, couldn't be my support system when I refused to consistently take my meds. She said she loved me, but couldn't watch me self-destruct. 24 hours later, she was gone. I spiraled, hard, stopped going to work, stopped showering, stopped eating regular meals. Mostly I just lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, replaying our relationship in my head, and picking apart all the ways I'd screwed it up. Sleep became impossible. I'd either lay awake all night or pass out for a couple hours only to jolt awake from nightmares. After 3 weeks of this, I finally dragged myself to see my doctor. He seemed genuinely concerned and prescribed me some pretty heavy-duty sleep medication. Just to get you back on track, he said. I didn't care what it was for. I just wanted to sleep without dreaming about Jennifer. The first night I took the meds, I slept for 14 hours straight. The second night, 12. By the third night, I was starting to feel human again, until I woke up in the middle of the night and saw the shadow standing in my doorway. 19 years of dealing with this thing, and I still felt that same initial jolt of terror. But this time, something was different. The shadow wasn't just standing there, it was moving. Slowly, deliberately, it stepped into my room. And it wasn't just a silhouette anymore. It had substance. I could make out the outline of what looked like a hoodie, dark pants. Still no face though, just blackness where features should be. I tried to move, to sit up, to run. Nothing. The familiar paralysis had me pinned to the bed. But my mind was racing. This wasn't like before. This was something new, something worse. The shadow approached the bed and stopped at the foot of it. I could feel my heart pounding so hard I thought it might break through my ribcage. And then it touched me. It actually reached out and grabbed my ankle through the blanket. I could feel cold fingers wrapping around my leg, squeezing slightly. In that moment, something inside me snapped. All the anger and frustration from my failed marriage, from nearly 2 decades of these visitations, exploded into a single point of desperate willpower. And I moved. Not much, just my hand, sliding across the sheet toward the end of the bed. The shadow didn't notice. It was still gripping my ankle. With every ounce of strength I had, I lunged forward and grabbed what felt like a wrist. The shadow jerked back, but I held on. For the first time, I had it. I was touching it. This thing that had tormented me for years was physical, tangible, and if it was real, it could be fought. I tried to pull myself up, to see its face, to finally know what had been haunting me all this time. But as I struggled upward, the shadow placed its free hand over my eyes, blocking my view. The hand felt cold and smooth, almost plastic-like, but definitely solid. In a desperate, instinctive move, I bit down hard on the hand covering my eyes. I tasted something metallic and bitter, and the shadow made a sound. The first sound I'd ever heard from it, a sort of hissing intake of breath. And then I was fully awake, sitting up in bed, alone in my room with my heart racing and the distinct taste of metal in my mouth. I didn't sleep again that night, or the next. I just sat up, lights on, waiting for it to come back. But it didn't. It's been almost 3 months now since that last encounter. I've been back to my doctor, who adjusted my bipolar medication and suggested the shadow might be a hallucination related to my mental health issues. Maybe he's right. Maybe this is all just happening in my head, but that doesn't explain the bruise that appeared on my ankle the morning after the shadow grabbed me. It doesn't explain the metallic taste in my mouth, and it sure as hell doesn't explain why. When I checked my security camera footage from that night, there's a 2-hour gap in the recording. from exactly 2:17 a.m. to 4:17 a.m., right when I remember the encounter happening. I've started preparing. I keep a voice-activated recorder running all night. I've set up motion detecting cameras in every corner of my bedroom. I sleep with a baseball bat next to my bed now, because I'm done being afraid. I'm done wondering if I'm crazy. Maybe this thing is some kind of supernatural entity that's been haunting me since childhood. Maybe it's an elaborate hallucination caused by my bipolar disorder. Either way, I'm going to find out what it is. And next time, because I know there will be a next time, I'm going to do more than just grab its wrist. I'm going to see its face. Every night when I lie down, I think about that sound it made when I bit it, that hiss of pain. Whatever this shadow is, it can be hurt, and if it can be hurt, it can be beaten. I'm not the scared kid anymore. I'm not even the angry young man I was in my 20s. I'm someone who's lost everything and has nothing left to lose, and I'm ready for it. So if you're reading this and you've experienced something similar, know that you're not alone, and know that these things, whatever they are, aren't invincible. They can be fought. I just wish I knew why it chose me, why it's been with me for so long, what it wants. I guess I'll find out soon enough. Story 22. I've never told anyone the full story of what happened to me at Old Monastery Pool. It's been 3 months now, and I still wake up in cold sweats, the smell of smoke and rot filling my nostrils. I can't even look at my fishing gear anymore. It's all packed away in the garage, probably collecting dust and spiders by now. I've lived in our little Nottinghamshire village my whole life, 24 years. It's the kind of place where everyone knows your business before you do, where the same families have occupied the same houses for generations. My grandfather taught me to fish when I was just 7, and I took to it like nothing else. By 16, I was bringing in catches good enough to trade at the Burrell Arms for a hot meal and sometimes a pint, though I wasn't supposed to have those yet. Old Jim, the barkeep at the Burrell, was always full of local stories. Most nights I'd sit at the corner of the bar, warming myself by the fire, while he told tales to whoever would listen. That's where I first heard about Old Monastery Pool, tucked away in Glover's Wood on the Allsop property. Biggest carp you've ever seen, Jim had said, wiping a glass with his rag. Descendants of the ones the monks kept centuries ago they are, grew fat on prayers and whatever else those holy men fed 'em. I remember laughing it off. Every fishing spot has some legend attached to it. The one that got away, the monster lurking in the depths. But Jim wasn't the only one who mentioned it. Over the weeks, different patrons would bring it up, always with the same hushed tone, always with the same warning at the end. Mr. Allsop doesn't let anyone fish there, not for love nor money. Well, I'm nothing if not persistent, and the thought of landing a legendary carp, maybe breaking the local record, was too tempting. I started asking around about the Allsop property and the old pond. Most people shrugged me off, but Mrs. Headley at the post office told me the pond was real enough. According to her, it was all that remained of a monastery that had stood in Glover's Wood until the late 1400s. Burned down it did, she'd said, stamping envelopes without looking up. Something about a famine and a greedy abbot who wouldn't share. That was enough for me. I sought out Mr. Allsop the next day. He was a thin, weathered man with perpetually dirty fingernails and a gaze that never quite met yours. His farmhouse sat on the edge of Glover's Wood, its windows like watchful eyes. No fishing, he'd said immediately, before I'd even finished my request. Not now, not ever. I tried again a week later, offering to share whatever I caught. Another refusal, this time with a slam of the door. The third time, I brought him a bottle of whiskey I could barely afford. He took it, but still said no. What finally changed his mind, I'll never know. Maybe he was just tired of seeing me on his doorstep. Maybe he thought a night at the pond would scare me off for good. Whatever the reason, on my 5th attempt in the middle of June, he reluctantly nodded. "One night," he said, his voice rough as gravel. "You can go tomorrow. Be out by dark." Then he added something that should have been my first warning. Don't say I didn't warn you when you come running back. I was too excited to heed any warnings. The next morning, I packed my best tackle, some sandwiches, and a thermos of tea. The summer sun was already warm as I made my way through the village and up the path to the Alsop farm. Mr. Alsop wasn't around, but he'd left a crude map tacked to his door, showing a path through Glover's Wood to the pond. The woods were thicker than I expected, the path barely visible in places. It must have been at least 11 in the morning by the time I finally pushed through a wall of brambles and saw it. Old monastery pool. I'll be honest, my first thought was disappointment. The pond was smaller than I'd imagined, maybe 30 yards across, its surface choked with lily pads and algae. The water was dark, almost black in the center. A few crumbling stones sat half submerged along one edge, remnants of the monastery, I assumed. The air was strangely still, no birds singing, no insects buzzing, just silence, and the faint smell of something I couldn't quite place, like wet ashes mixed with something sour. Still, I'd come this far. I found a relatively clear spot on the bank and set up my gear. The ground felt oddly warm beneath me, though the pond lay mostly in shadow from the surrounding trees. I selected my favorite float and a medium-weight line, nothing too heavy, as I didn't want to scare off the fish. The moment my bait hit the water, something changed. The surface, which had been still as glass, seemed to shudder. I felt a vibration through the rod, up into my hands, like something massive had shifted in the depths. My float disappeared instantly, not the gentle bob of a curious fish, but a violent yanking downward. The strike nearly pulled the rod from my hands. I've caught some decent-sized fish in my time, but nothing like this. My reel screamed as line peeled off it faster than I could control. Within seconds, there was a sharp snap, and my line went slack. Whatever had taken my bait was gone, along with a good portion of my line and my best hook. My heart was pounding, my palms sweaty. This was exactly what I'd hoped for, proof that the legends were true. With shaking hands, I reached for my tackle box to rig up something stronger. That's when I felt it, a change in the air, like the pressure dropping before a storm. The hairs on my arms stood up, and I had the sudden, overwhelming feeling that I was being watched. I looked up, across the pond, and that's when I saw him. He was standing perfectly still among the trees on the far bank. At first, I thought it was Mr. Alsop come to check on me, but this figure was taller, broader across the shoulders. He wore what looked like robes, not modern clothes, but something older, tattered at the edges. They might once have been black or dark brown, but now they were stained with what looked like soot, hanging in ragged strips around his legs. But it was his face that made my blood run cold. Even from across the pond, I could see his eyes, bloodshot, wide, and fixed directly on me. His skin was grey, not the pallor of illness, but the actual color of ash. His mouth was set in a grimace that showed teeth blackened like charcoal. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The figure didn't approach, didn't speak, just stared with those terrible eyes. Something about him seemed wrong in a way I couldn't articulate, like he was slightly out of focus, or like the air around him was bending. Finally, self-preservation kicked in. I scrambled to my feet, backing away, never taking my eyes off him. That's when I made my mistake. In my panic, I didn't watch where I was going. My heel caught on an exposed root, and as I fell backward, my head cracked against a low-hanging branch. Pain exploded behind my eyes, and then nothing. When I came to, it was dark. Not just evening dark, pitch black. I had no idea how long I'd been unconscious, but the moon was high overhead, casting a sickly light through the trees. My head throbbed where I'd hit it, and when I touched the spot, my fingers came away sticky with blood. For a moment, I was disoriented, unsure where I was. Then, it all came flooding back. The pond, the strike, the figure in the stained robes. I jerked upright, eyes darting around in panic. He wasn't there. The far bank was empty. But something was wrong with my fishing spot. My tackle box had been upended, its contents scattered across the ground. My rod lay broken in 3 pieces. The sandwiches I'd brought were crushed into the dirt, and my thermos was nowhere to be seen. It looked like someone, or something, had raged through my belongings while I was out. But nothing was missing, just destroyed. And there was something else, a smell, stronger now, of smoke and rot and something coppery like blood. I didn't bother collecting my ruined gear. I ran, stumbling through the darkness, scratched by branches I couldn't see, guided only by blind panic and the faint memory of the path I'd taken that morning. Several times I fell, each time scrambling back up with the certainty that something was right behind me, reaching for me with blackened fingers. I don't know how I found my way out of those woods. The next clear memory I have is pounding on Mr. Alsop's door, gasping for breath, probably looking like a madman with blood dried on my face and leaves in my hair. He opened the door, took one look at me, and nodded grimly. "You saw him then," he said. "Not a question." When I'd calmed down enough to speak coherently, he sat me at his kitchen table and poured us both a generous measure of whiskey, the same bottle I'd given him. As I drank, he told me the full story of Old Monastery Pool. The monastery had burned down in 1472 after a particularly harsh winter led to famine in the village. The abbot had maintained a well-stocked fish pond to feed his monks, but refused to share with the starving villagers. One night, in desperation, some of the villagers tried to take fish by force. In the confrontation, lanterns were knocked over and the wooden monastery caught fire. Most of the monks escaped, but the abbot, trying to save his precious fish, was trapped and burned alive at the edge of the pond. Since then, Mr. Alsop said, his eyes on his whiskey glass, he's been seen, always by the pond, always watching, making sure no one takes his fish. He told me his grandfather had seen the figure, and his grandfather before him. The Alsop family had owned the land for generations, and they'd learned to leave the pond alone. "Why did you let me go then?" I asked. He shrugged. "Some people need to see for themselves. Words don't convince the stubborn. I left his house that night with a bandage on my head and a promise never to return to the pond. A promise I've kept. I've heard the other stories since then, whispers in the Burrell Arms about people who went missing in Glover's Wood over the years, about the smell of smoke that sometimes drifts through the village on still summer nights, about Mr. Alsop's family and why they stay despite everything. I don't fish anymore. Can't bring myself to do it. Sometimes I wake up at night, certain I can smell wet ashes in my room. Sometimes I think I see a tall figure in my peripheral vision, just at the edge of sight. But when I turn, there's nothing there. I don't know what would have happened if I hadn't knocked myself out, if I'd stayed conscious as darkness fell over Old Monastery Pool. Part of me wonders what would happen if I went back, if I tried again to catch one of those ancient carp, but the bigger part of me knows I never will. Some waters are best left unfished, some depths best left unplumbed. And sometimes the legends we grow up hearing are warnings, not challenges. I just wish I'd understood that before I saw those bloodshot eyes staring at me across that black water. Story 23. I've never really talked about this before, not in detail anyway. It happened about 4 years ago at my family's place in Willowbrook, Ohio. Just a small rural town where nothing ever happens, until it did. I was 22 at the time, living with my parents because, well, minimum wage doesn't exactly set you up for independence, especially not when you've got the kind of brain I do. I've always had issues, not diagnosed officially because who can afford therapy in this economy? But I've had visual hallucinations since I was a teenager. Usually just still images in the corner of my eye, a shadow person standing in a doorway, a face peeking around a corner, stuff that freaks you out for a second until you look directly at it and it's gone. I learned to live with it. You kind of have to. My family knows about it, but we don't really talk about it much. My dad just calls it my weird shit and tells me to ignore it. So that's what I've always done. But what happened that afternoon in August was different. So different that I'm still not sure if it was in my head or not. It was a hot day, muggy in that Ohio summer way, where the air feels like soup. I was in our backyard cleaning out this big plastic storage container we'd used for a family picnic the weekend before. Nothing special about the day, birds chirping, neighbor's dog barking occasionally, just a normal Tuesday afternoon. That's when I saw it for the first time. In the space between our shed and the oak tree, there was a figure, tall, maybe 6 feet or so, wearing what looked like a dark cloak or robe, the kind of thing you'd imagine death wearing in those old paintings. I froze, water hose still running in my hand, soaking my shoes. This wasn't like my usual hallucinations. Those were always static, like someone had pasted a cutout into my field of vision. This thing was moving, walking slowly across the yard toward the side of our house. Its movement was fluid, natural, like a person walking. But here's the weird part. When I noticed it, when my eyes locked onto it, it stopped moving, just completely froze mid-step. And then, after maybe 3 seconds of us both being completely still, it just blinked out, disappeared. I stood there for a good minute, water still running, trying to process what I'd seen. Was this just an evolution of my usual hallucinations? Was my brain getting more creative with its glitches? I turned off the hose and decided to head inside, feeling uneasy, but not exactly scared. Our house is nothing special, just a one-story ranch style that's been in need of updates since before I was born. The kitchen faces the backyard, with these old sliding glass doors that stick when it's humid. I had to really yank to get them open, and the sound they made scraping along the track seemed louder than usual in the quiet house. My parents were both at work, and I had the place to myself. I went straight to the kitchen sink to wash my hands. The water was running, and I was looking down, thinking about what I'd just seen, when I felt it. That prickle on the back of your neck when you're being watched. It was so strong that I actually shivered despite the heat. I looked to my right, toward the hallway that leads to our bedrooms. There it was again, the same cloaked figure, standing completely still. But this time, it wasn't across the yard. It was in my fucking house, just 3 or 5 feet away from me in the hallway entrance. I could see more details this time. The cloak wasn't just dark, it was black, but with this weird quality where it seemed to absorb the light around it. I still couldn't see a face, just darkness under the hood, but I got the distinct impression it was looking right at me. My breath caught in my throat. The water was still running over my hands, but I couldn't move to turn it off. We just stared at each other, me and this thing. And then I blinked, and it was gone again. I turned off the water with shaking hands and backed away from the sink until I hit the counter on the opposite side of the kitchen. My heart was racing, and I was trying to talk myself down. It's not real. It's just in your head. It's just your brain messing with you again. But it had never been like this before. Never so solid, so present, never in motion, and definitely never this close. I stayed in the kitchen for a while, afraid to go down that hallway. Eventually, I worked up the courage to check the rest of the house. I went room by room, turning on all the lights, even though it was the middle of the day. Nothing in the living room, nothing in the bathroom, nothing in my parents' room. When I got to my bedroom, I hesitated at the door. If that thing was in there, I'd feel trapped. My room is small, just enough space for a bed and a desk, with posters covering the walls to hide the old wallpaper beneath. The thought of being in that confined space with whatever I'd seen made my stomach turn. But I had to check. I pushed the door open slowly, half expecting to see the figure standing in the corner or sitting on my bed. But the room was empty, just my unmade bed and cluttered desk, exactly as I'd left them that morning. The relief made my knees weak, and I sat down heavily on my bed. What the hell was happening to me? When my parents got home that evening, I tried to tell them what I'd seen. We were sitting at the dinner table, having meatloaf and instant mashed potatoes, the TV news playing in the background. So I saw something weird today, I started, pushing food around my plate. My dad didn't look up from his food. One of your things again? Yeah, but different this time. It moved, and it was in the house. My mom looked concerned, but more in that way where she's worried about me, not about what I saw. Honey, maybe we should try to save up for you to see someone about these visions. They're not visions, I said, feeling defensive. I don't know what they are. Well, whatever they are, just ignore them, my dad said, reaching for the salt. They can't hurt you if they're not real. But that was just it. I wasn't sure this one wasn't real. It felt different, more substantial somehow. It was wearing this black cloak or robe thing, I continued, needing them to understand. And it stopped moving when I looked at it, like it knew I could see it. My dad sighed. Jason, enough. You know what Dr. Sanders said when you were a kid. You feed these things attention, they'll just get worse. Dr. Sanders was the school counselor who talked to me after I'd freaked out in 7th grade, seeing a woman with no eyes standing behind my math teacher. My parents couldn't afford a real psychiatrist, so that 15-minute session with a school counselor was the extent of my mental health care. I know, but just ignore it, my mom said gently. Try to think about something else. So I did, or at least I tried to. I spent the rest of the evening watching TV with them, but I couldn't focus on the shows. I kept glancing toward the hallway, half expecting to see the figure standing there again. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept my bedside lamp on, something I hadn't done since I was a kid. Every little sound made me tense up. The house settling, the wind outside, the refrigerator humming. I kept thinking I should write it all down, document what I'd seen while it was fresh in my mind. I even got out my notebook and pen. But then, I just didn't. It was the strangest thing. I had the pen in my hand, notebook open, and suddenly decided not to bother. Looking back, that doesn't make sense. I document everything weird that happens to me, always have. But that night, I put the notebook away without writing a single word. The weird thing is, I wasn't actually terrified of this figure. Unsettled, definitely. Freaked out, absolutely, but not terrified in the way you'd expect, because despite its eerie appearance, I never felt like it meant me harm. It was more like it was just passing through, like our house was some kind of pathway, and it was trying to use it to get somewhere else, and I had accidentally seen it when I wasn't supposed to. I kept expecting to see it in my room that night, standing in the corner or at the foot of my bed. But it never appeared again. The next few days, I was on high alert, jumping at shadows, staring down the hallway whenever I passed it. But nothing. Whatever it was, it seemed to be gone, or at least it had stopped appearing to me. It's been 4 years since then, and I've never seen that specific figure again. My regular hallucinations still happen occasionally, the static images in my peripheral vision, but nothing like what I saw that day. I've spent a lot of time thinking about it, reading about hallucinations versus paranormal experiences, trying to figure out if there's a way to tell the difference. The problem is, when your brain already shows you things that aren't there, how do you know when something actually is? Sometimes I think about trying to save up for a real psychiatric evaluation, get on medication maybe, but then part of me doesn't want to, because what if it wasn't a hallucination? What if something really did walk through our yard, into our house, and down our hallway that day? What if it really did stop and look at me when it realized I could see it? I still live in that same house, still sleep in that same room. Sometimes, when the house is quiet and I'm alone, I find myself staring down that hallway, wondering if it will ever come back, wondering what would happen if it did, wondering where it was trying to go. And sometimes, in the space between sleeping and waking, I could swear I hear footsteps that pause when I open my eyes. Story 24. I don't talk about this much. Actually, I've never fully told anyone except my therapist a few years back. I'm 23 now. But what happened when I was 6 is still with me every single night when I go to bed. Back then, We lived in this small three-bedroom house in a quiet neighborhood. Nothing special about it. Just your average suburban home built in the 90s with beige carpeting and those cheap popcorn ceilings. My parents had the master bedroom. My sister had her own room. Being the only girl besides me had its privileges. And I shared the smallest bedroom with my two brothers. Our room was tiny, like ridiculously tiny for three kids. We had this one full-size bed pushed against the wall that the three of us had to share. I was the youngest, so I always got stuck sleeping on the edge, while my twin brother Tyler slept in the middle and our older brother Jake slept against the wall. My mom's reasoning was that the boys wouldn't fall out of bed that way, but looking back, I think she just didn't want to deal with them fighting over who had to sleep in the middle. I remember that night so clearly. It was summer, probably July or August, because it was hot and we had this little box fan running in the corner of the room. I had fallen asleep with my hair down, which wasn't unusual. I had this long brown hair that my mum would braid during the day, but at night I'd take it out because the braid would hurt my head when I laid down. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night. At first, I wasn't sure why I was awake. Our room was dark except for this small nightlight by the door that cast everything in a weak yellow glow. The fan was making its usual humming noise, and both my brothers were breathing deeply beside me. Tyler was curled up facing away from me, and Jake was sprawled out against the wall, one arm hanging over Tyler. That's when I felt it, a gentle tugging on my hair. Not hard, but definitely deliberate, like when someone wants your attention and they lightly pull your hair to get you to look at them. My first thought was that Tyler was messing with me, so I turned to look at him. He was completely asleep, his back to me, not even facing my direction. I figured maybe my hair was caught on something, so I reached up to free it. But there was nothing there. No snag, no toy, nothing my hair could have gotten tangled in, and yet I could still feel that slight pull. The tugging continued, a little more insistent now. I froze. If it wasn't Tyler, and it wasn't Jake, who was all the way on the other side of the bed, then what was pulling my hair? I remember my heart starting to race, pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I was scared to look, but I knew I had to. Slowly, I turned my head to face the edge of the bed, toward our bedroom floor. That's when I saw it. Right beside the bed where I was lying was this figure. It was completely black, not like someone wearing black clothes, but like a shadow that had somehow pulled itself away from the wall. It was darker than the darkness of our room, if that makes any sense, like a hole in reality. The shape was roughly human-sized, but thin, with these jagged spikes coming out of its head that looked like some kind of crazy hair, kind of like those emo hairstyles that were popular when I was in middle school, all spiky and sticking out in different directions. But this wasn't hair, not really. It was just part of the darkness. The worst part was that I couldn't see any face. Where eyes and a mouth should have been was just more blackness, but somehow I knew it was looking at me. I could feel its attention on me like a physical weight. As I stared at it, frozen in terror, the figure slowly began to lower itself, as if it were standing in an invisible elevator. It didn't move its legs or anything. It just descended smoothly, gradually disappearing below my line of sight. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. For what felt like forever, I just lay there, too terrified to move, afraid that if I shifted even an inch, this thing would reach up and grab me. My hair was still being gently pulled, even as the figure lowered itself. When I couldn't stand it anymore, I screamed. Not a little kid scream, but the kind of scream that comes from pure, unfiltered terror. I screamed so loud, my throat hurt instantly. The bedroom door flew open seconds later, and the overhead lights snapped on. My mom stood there in her nightgown, her face a mix of confusion and concern. "Emma, what's wrong? Are you okay?" By then, both my brothers were awake too, looking around groggily and complaining about being woken up. I looked back to where the figure had been, but there was nothing there, Just our beige carpet and the leg of our wooden dresser. The tugging on my hair had stopped. I couldn't get the words out. How could I explain what I'd seen? Would she even believe me? And more than that, I had this overwhelming feeling that if I told anyone what I'd seen, it would come back. Like talking about it would summon it somehow. "Just a bad dream," I finally whispered, pulling my blanket up to my chin. My mum looked skeptical but didn't push it. She sat on the edge of the bed for a few minutes, stroking my hair, which made me flinch, and telling me everything was okay. My brothers fell back asleep almost immediately, Tyler mumbling something about me being a baby. Eventually, my mom left, turning off the overhead light but leaving the door cracked open a bit more than usual. I lay there, wide awake, staring at the spot where the figure had been, until dawn started to creep through our thin curtains. The next night, I begged to sleep in my sister's room. When my parents asked why, I made up some excuse about Tyler kicking in his sleep. They didn't buy it, but they let me sleep on a sleeping bag on my sister's floor for a couple of nights. When I had to go back to sharing with my brothers, I insisted on sleeping in the middle. I threw such a fit that my mom finally gave in, and Tyler had to take the outside spot. But that wasn't enough to make me feel safe. From that night on, I always slept with my hair in a tight braid, tucked securely under my pillow or blanket. There was no way I was going to leave it hanging over the edge of the bed again. This went on for years. Even when I got older and we moved to a bigger house where I had my own room, I couldn't shake the habit. All through elementary school and into middle school, I slept with my hair carefully secured and as far from the edge of the bed as possible. If I ever woke up and found that my braid had come loose or slipped out from under my pillow during the night, I'd have a complete panic attack. My parents thought it was just a weird quirk. My sister teased me about it sometimes, but no one knew the real reason because I never told them. I was convinced that talking about the shadow figure would make it come back, and I couldn't risk that. By the time I was 13 or 14, I gradually started to get less rigid about my hair. I'd still braid it most nights, but if it came loose, I didn't immediately freak out. I started to convince myself that maybe it had been a nightmare or my imagination. That's what everyone would have told me anyway, right? But even now, at 23, I still can't sleep on the edge of the bed. I just can't do it. I'll sleep alone in the middle, or if I'm with someone, I make sure they take the outside spot. I've come up with all sorts of excuses over the years. I roll around too much. I'm afraid of falling out. Whatever works in the moment. My current boyfriend thinks it's cute that I always want to sleep on the wall side of the bed. He has no idea it's because I'm still afraid that if I sleep on the edge, I might wake up to find something tugging at my hair, something with spiky black hair and no face, slowly lowering itself to the floor beside my bed. The rational part of my brain knows it was probably just a night terror or sleep paralysis. I've read about those things online, trying to find some explanation that makes sense. But the 6-year-old girl inside me knows what she saw, and she's still terrified. Sometimes when I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can feel the lightest touch on my hair, just the gentlest tug. When that happens, I pull the covers over my head and squeeze my eyes shut until morning. I still don't know what that thing was or why it appeared to me that night. Was it trying to take me somewhere? Was it just curious? Was it malevolent or simply there? I'll never know, and honestly, I don't want to know. I don't. All I know is that 17 years later, that single encounter still affects me every single night when the lights go out. I've learned to live with it, but I've never forgotten it, and I never will. Has anyone else ever experienced anything like this? Sometimes I wonder if I'm the only one who's seen it, or if it visits other children too, tugging at their hair in the darkness when everyone else is asleep.